we're going to get started. So welcome to the 2023 Bear Innovation Competition. This is our 9th competition since we started. So I welcome all of our contestants, our judges, our guests, and our student workers. So as you all probably know, or most of you know, our job here on campus at the UImagine Center is to inspire entrepreneurial thought and particularly action. And we do this in a variety of ways. We run programs like the Bear Innovation Competition, where students can bring their ideas to an audience and get feedback on them. We run events and workshops to help students develop skills in entrepreneurial thought and action. I'm proud to announce that we have just submitted an entrepreneurship minor to academic council, and I expect that, I am a little superstitious, but I expect it to be approved this Friday or this Wednesday at the faculty meeting. It has been approved by academic council. So we're really excited about having a curricular component that students can participate in and then funnel into our co-curricular activities. One of the other exciting things on campus that has happened is we received a VentureWell grant for almost $30,000 to build a STEM and entrepreneurship course series. And so I'm really excited to be working with our STEM faculty, particularly Casey Schwartz, who co-wrote the grant with me. And we're looking forward to bringing that to Ursinus in the 2023-2024 year. So cool things happening on campus in terms of supporting student interest in entrepreneurship, innovation, and creativity. We could not be here today without the sponsorship and the support of a lot of our alumni, particularly Will Able and the Able Family Foundation. Will and the foundation have supported the competition since its inception. They were the founding sponsors and they sponsor the prize money. So we're very, very grateful to them. We also have additional sponsors. Cinero, Rob's company right here, has been very, very supportive, as well as this year we have Clean Juice and Insomnia Cookies. So we'll have some Insomnia cookies as part of our reception. So thank you for your support, and without you and others, we would not be here today. So if you like our mission and you want to support our mission, please feel free to scan the QR code and support the center as in effort for us to continue our programming moving forward. So really what I wanted to talk about as we get started is, so what happens after students leave that have participated in the Bear Innovation Competition? What does entrepreneurship and innovation look like beyond Ursinus? And I'll just give you a couple brief examples. Aubrey Paris was in our first competition. She's now a senior policy advisor at the intersection of global policy, women issues, and entrepreneurship with the U.S. Department of State. And she's also a founder of National Treasure Hunt. So somebody who has a PhD, I think in chemistry and or biology, and finds herself being an entrepreneur now, and she loves it. Very cool. Christian, you probably have met Christian, all 4-year participant in Bear Innovation, co-founder of the Bridge Foundation. He has continued that project after graduation and is doing quite well in getting that up and running. John Gerhartz also participated 2 years in Bear Innovation. While he is not an entrepreneur, he is an intrapreneur. He has been with a company called Voyager since its start and watched its scale growth tremendously, and was part of all of that and witnessed, not only participated in, but witnessed how a company can go from a startup to like really excelling and scaling at quite a fast speed. And Julian Spain. Julian is a commercial realtor. You may remember him from previous competitions, but he's also the founder of a philanthropy app called Giver. They have it up and running. He has partnered with some of his co-founders. And they have a strong partnership with some NFL football players that are really bringing philanthropy in and being successful in growing this out. So this is just a couple examples of students that have participated in the past and what they're doing now. So it comes in all varieties. As you'll see from in today's competition, we have students from every year, every major, and our job is to encourage them to be innovative, creative, and go out and do good in the world. So with that, I'd like to thank our judges, Jen Crompton, who's the owner of Something Creative, Chris Biddle, who's the Chief Executive Officer of BCG Alpha, and Rob Gilfillan, co-founder and president of Scenero. On behalf of my founding directors, Dr. Jaroff and Dr. Circa, I'd like to thank them for their participation, their ongoing support. They worked with our students on Friday to get them ready to present today, as well as Amy Pulaski, who was our judge last year and worked with our students on Friday. So with that being said, I am going to invite up our first presenter, Jake Kosa. Thank you. Okay.
I think we're ahead of slide here. That should be it. Oh, that's it.
Okay.
That's no problem. I got it.
That is.
There we go.
Anywhere.
Right. Does it matter which way it's
Yeah,
oriented
give
here?
me one quick second, Jake.
No problem.
I wanna just check. Yeah, you can just put it anywhere here.
All right.
You can clip it to your suit jacket if you want, like right.
Sure. This is like behind my name tag. Good, do you
Yeah,
think?
that's fine, yep.
Perfect. Okay.
Jake, I'll let you know when you do have one and I'll just bring it back. Okay?
Got it. Thank you very much. Right. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. So I am here to represent the Ursinus College Makers Club, and that isn't to say that we're seeking funding for a club itself, but rather we are supporting the faculty's initiative as students to have a makerspace on campus. And for those of you who aren't aware what a makerspace is, that is a space that provides inexpensively access to equipment that students otherwise would not be able to purchase themselves. Think 3D printing, which we already have a 3D printer, is cents for the plastic, but maybe $300, $400, and it scales exponentially once you talk about printing faster or printing bigger. Same for a lot of Bear Innovation projects that most stay theoretical, but I feel that if we had tools here on campus, we'd see a lot more like physical merchandise being produced through the Bear Innovation competition. And so our mission then is, as I just said, to make prototyping a less expensive process and less time consuming as well. There's no mailing back and forth with manufacturers trying to get a prototype and nailing down what the tolerances are. You can do all of that in-house. Now, we have, through our student survey, about 30 students and counting who are interested in our initiative. You can see that we have a healthy distribution across the majors of, it's not just math or computer science. We have computer science, humanities, and lab sciences, and the other artistic majors. So we have a smaller, but hopefully a growing distribution in. And so we can see that students want to make their projects, but don't yet have the means. I've spoken to a lot of students who have big ideas, but definitely not big wallets as college students. And so what we are hoping to do with our funds from the Bear Innovation competition is to get some equipment that is low barrier to entry. Think sewing machines, embroidery machines that we can offer that students may use to either repair clothing, or especially we can see entrepreneurship out of it, of upcycling clothing is a popular trend. We have a Goodwill right down the street. And we know that we can offset these costs through plenty of grant opportunities, and this is something that we're confident that alums would be happy to support. But we don't want to consider that part of our budget. There's income to be had. We can charge a student membership fee. If not a monthly subscription, that might be a bit steep, maybe per semester would still be plenty to cover our costs in terms of materials. 3D printing, we could charge 10 cents a gram for filament used, but we could also consider monetizing per time used. For smaller prints under 2 hours, that would be fine to just allow free access, but for longer ones that would tie up the 3D printer and block it from other students, we could charge a fee for time beyond that. And we also see potential for workshops that increase student engagement and advertise the space and bring in more users, which then stands to gain more income. And we expect a relatively low operating cost of less than $200 per semester, as materials for things like 3D printing and sewing do not go very fast. I'm sorry, this flowed a bit quicker than I was expecting, but it's a pretty concise idea that we have here. I will speak to our longer term goals are to have a dedicated building to this space, but at the moment we're working in collaboration with the UImagine Center to have the equipment there as a temporary measure, but we do see growth in the future. Thank you. Yes?
How much space, so it sounds like just initially there were kind of like two initiatives. There's sewing machine, that type, and then the those are the two kind of initiatives to start, right?
Yes.
How much space do you need? I saw the 3D printer next door, so how much space outside of that do you need?
I can't imagine very much. Perhaps the countertop in the very back would be plenty of space for us, and with the cabinet space, we can always bring machines in and out of the closet. We don't have to have it splayed out on the table 24/7.
Okay, and the idea you answered one of my questions. I wrote it down, you answered it in the next slide, but so this is essentially seed money to get it started, and then in an effort to make it self-sustainable, meaning moving forward, is going to be a membership fee and potentially selling some of the things that are being produced locally, correct?
Yes, I have spoken with students who are willing to contribute through fundraising by producing equipment or products that we could sell. Yes.
Okay, do you think that this is something that over time, if it's proven, that you could get the school to just build in their budget without a membership fee?
Yes, I'm certain that there's already, I know that Maureen is interested, Casey Schwartz, a few of the deans, and the president of the college herself. This exists as a sort of advertising vehicle to get student engagement and get them interested.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yes.
Have you already started working on this? Like, do you have students using the equipment they were talking about?
We haven't advertised the 3D printer as much as we'd like, but I do know that I have been in talks with one of the computer science professors to do a 3D printing drone creation course that would sort of see if we can get students interested in maybe some sort of engineering pathway that would involve using the 3D printer and CAD designs, and that can educate us on how we can do the workshops that we can then charge and see income through that.
Cool. This isn't a question, this is just a comment, but it's good that you've talked to people on campus to already kind of get them on board and to get their perspectives. So it sounds like you have the perspectives of students and professors and administration, so that's a positive. So good to support your idea here.
Yes, thank you.
And what do you currently have in place? You mentioned, did you have one 3D printer already?
Yes, we have one 3D printer with, is there a resin 3D printer on the way? Is that correct?
We're working on that,
Okay.
yes.
Yes, we're
Yep.
working on that. But we do have faculty side as well as student side. We're seeing equipment coming in soon.
And you already have a group of students that are interested
Yes.
in knowing what's coming. Is there a model of this elsewhere?
How do you mean?
Based it on or seen?
Yes, there is. There are a few locations for not campus makerspaces, but there are smaller makerspaces that offer what we're talking about, a subscription fee, albeit much steeper, for using this equipment, and they have a wider variety than this initial round of funding would provide, but we can begin to move in that direction. And there are also, as I mentioned, the written proposal through the Centennial Conference, we've noticed most of them have makerspaces, which include embroidery machines and some of the equipment we plan to purchase, so we can model our program off of that.
And this would be potentially then the first on a campus.
Yes,
That's very
thank you. Any other questions?
What's the big vision?
The big vision we are seeing in the very long term, we know that there is an initiative downtown to increase community engagement, and that we would like to increase community engagement with the school. So if we procure a space on, like downtown, we could see not just student income flow to bring in community members that we could charge maybe a slightly steeper cost considering they're working full-time jobs, most of them. And we also see if we involve an engineering program that will bring in more admissions. I, at Admitted Students Day, was asking questions, and just as a test, I had the word engineering on our table, and that did catch a few eyes. And I know that we could increase income for the school through admissions if we have this program that is drawing eyes.
Cool.
Yes, thank you.
One more question?
Any other questions?
Good? All good?
All right.
Thanks.
Good job.
Thank you very much. Oh, the microphone.
Next up, I'd like to invite up Alco Exterior. Come on, let's get it. Need some technical help.
Steve?
Okay.
Back to the final presentation tab.
Yeah. Click it again.
It might be the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, it looks great.
Yeah.
The Wi-Fi?
Okay, bear with us here a sec. Try it again.
Try opening another one and see if it's just his. Nope, yeah, something.
Wi-Fi.
Huh.
Click on Wi-Fi and see.
Click on connect.
Well, this is good real-world experience, 'cause this happens all the time. We
Give a
present in the real world, it happens all the time.
True, true. Alright, I can't now.
I'm gonna go grab a
Yeah,
drink
Rob,
before we finish center.
Oh, and then
Yeah.
you're gonna-
Yeah, use your hands a lot.
I'm on it, that's fine.
we're gonna plug in. Alright, give us a sec.
Sorry.
That's always something, isn't it?
Maybe try downloading it from there and see if you can open it in PowerPoint. So you're trying to open it in the browser right now? So
Yeah,
if you
you
were to
can
go
do that.
back to the
Yeah, let me try that.
Outlook and then see if, there's that like,
Download.
yeah,
Yeah.
right there, download. Yeah. And it should open now.
See it. Alright,
Oh, yeah, that.
okay, alright,
Another cord to avoid tripping over, but
yeah.
that will solve our issue moving forward.
Okay, alright. Alex, you're all set, I believe. Okay.
Give me 1 second, Alex.
Will that
Sure.
click out the solstice?
No, it will be all right.
Well, my name is Alex Koenig. I'm a neuroscience major, a member of the wrestling team, and class of 2023 of Versailles College. I'm also the founder and operator of Alco Exterior, a property maintenance and improvement company, which incorporated became operational in May of 2022. There are 230 million homeowners in the U.S. That means 230 million Americans who who worked hard to buy that property in this country. This is where these properties are not just brick and mortar, but rather an extension of the people who live in these homes. This is where they raise their family and can lay their head after a hard day's work. However, some of those people have hoped to host their extended family for any given holiday, but quickly realized that would be too embarrassing after looking at the state of their hedges, their lawn, or looking at the mold and mildew on their siding. And that's where Alco Exterior comes in. So far, in total sales, I've raised about $5,500 in capital, working with the UImagine Center here at Ursinus over last summer. And the services that I'm starting off with are driveway sealing and power washing, as well as some other jobs like heavy lifting. Pretty much whenever a homeowner asks if they need something done, I'll do my best to get that done. And usually I'm able to get that done with my arsenal of wrestlers that I have at my disposal. And so my vision is that no job is too small. Oftentimes with contractors or other companies in my industry, they will heavily prioritize higher profit jobs over smaller jobs, like simply building a small railing. So oftentimes either they won't pick up the phone, or even worse, they'll tell the homeowner they'll get to at some point, and then it just drags on. I will also be continuously adding services like window washing, hardscaping, and even electrical and plumbing. The main goal for Alco Exterior is to be able to complete jobs anywhere from power washing all the way to building whole neighborhoods. So some industry problems that I'm looking to solve and make sure that I focus on is having an emphasis on communication. As soon as a customer reaches out to me for an estimate, I will get started on that immediately. I make sure I respond as soon as possible. I will be able to give a quick estimate because I will have an emphasis on high volume of jobs as opposed to making sure I'm getting as high a profit margin for each job. And with the jobs I'll be completing, I can get an accurate enough estimate just by going on Google Earth or simply having the homeowner send me some pictures. I will also make sure I'm completing high quality work, which you would think would be a given in my industry with these jobs being completed ever since modern homes have been around, but just taking one look on Facebook, you will find this is not the case. I will also make sure that work is done in a timely manner. This will also be a product of making high volume of jobs an emphasis as opposed to high profit, making sure that there isn't a priority between profit margin jobs. So how will I grow Alco Exterior this summer after I graduate? The majority of my jobs come from word of mouth. It's always great when I get a text for a job and they tell me that they were referred by somebody who's already gotten work done. So I'll make sure to continue talking about Alco Exterior to my friends and family and anybody who's interested. I have yard signs that I use when I'm on the job, as well as I've got a couple magnets on my truck. And I will also begin to implement ads online like Yelp, Facebook, Instagram, and Google. I will also begin to implement every door direct mail, which is simply giving USPS or a third-party company a zip code, and they will send a postcard to each one of those homes in that zip code. Then, if all else fails, if I have no jobs lined up for that day, I will improve my door-to-door sales and offer discounts to get a job done that very day. With that, I thank thank Maureen Cumstone and the You Imagine Center for helping me to get started last summer. And if I am to win this this prize money, I'll be making sure to invest in a new power washing equipment so that I'll be able to be more efficient for driving down the costs of jobs and be able to improve even more lives. Thank you.
I know we're gonna do it. Great presentation. Question about, I was gonna say first that I like the branding, so I like the name of the company. I like how you put it together with your name. But how did you learn to do some of this stuff?
People in my neighborhood knew that I was willing and able to work or see me power wash, whatever, at my parents' house. And then I just kind of had that experience in high school. And then over last summer and past couple of summers, I've done it for some money. And then obviously last summer I finally incorporated. Yeah.
Great. So I did read the written proposal, so I was slightly concerned because I've dealt with a lot of contractors and people doing stuff to our house and for all the reasons that you stated in the very beginning. So one of the things that you said was about turning the estimates over quickly, which I think is absolutely neat in the industry because you often have to wait forever and chase people to give you the information. But I was a little bit concerned because I know that with every project that I've done at my house, it's always more expensive than what I'm originally quoted at. But based off of the services that you said you were providing, the seal coating and power washing, I would assume, and this is kind of a question for you, is do those prices vary much? Like you said, like you can go on Google and you can see pictures, or you can get pictures from customers. So when you give a quote and you provide the service, is it generally the right price for the quote that you provided? Like, have you run into any issues with discrepancy in the pay?
Sure. I mean, I have usually with the driveway. That's kind of where looking on Google Earth can be an issue. It could be just because how porous the driveway is really determines how much of the sealant you use. However, I've never lost any money. It's just a matter of, how much profit I'm making. But at the end of the day, like I said, I'm still growing the business, so I'm trying to get into as many homes as possible. So if I only make if I was expecting to make $500 and then I end up only making 100 or even breaking even, I'm still happy because I know I'm gonna do a good job. And then the odds are they ask me to come back and do a different job is high. But yeah, I've never adjusted my quotes. I always just look towards the future, say, okay, that was a mistake, for the next time, how will I adjust? But no, yeah, once I give an estimate, that's the price.
Okay. And I think it's good that you're taking all that data and information into account because you would get better, obviously, over time at providing more accurate estimates and not end up losing profit because you don't want to lose profit in the end, right?
And also, and the materials aren't too expensive. It just mainly the main priority is time. Just how long it's going to take. So I'm making sure emphasis on getting into as many homes as possible. Yeah.
Cool. Chris.
So how many people do you have? Your wrestling team?
Well, that's really just on a case-to-case basis. When I'm power washing or driveway sealing, I can do it on my own. There's only been a few cases where I have to haul out some furniture out of a basement, and I got to call a buddy. But yeah, so it's nice, but at the current moment, it's really only me who's doing the projects.
You've got good traction. Have you asked customers for testimonials that you could put on your advertising?
Yeah, I do have a couple reviews on Google, and I do have an Instagram page. But yes, I am planning on putting a lot more emphasis on getting a testimonial, whether that's giving them a discount you know, if they write a review, or even maybe have seen other companies, they take videos with customers if they're willing. So yeah, that is something that I am keeping in mind.
Yeah, the other thing I like about it is the no job too small piece.
Yeah.
Hopefully you can stick with that, because we run into that all the time with our house.
Yeah.
Person will not come out, or it takes forever to get them out there to do something that they would consider a small job, even if it may not actually be physically that small. Like, we're gonna have one of our bathrooms redone. It's taking weeks and weeks to get a person to come and take a look at it, because they're probably doing the entire house somewhere else.
Right. No,
So
definitely.
That's a huge plus.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna probably say something that's kind of competing against what Chris said a little bit, but there's no wrong
Wrong
answer.
answer, right? So, first of all, I love it because I mowed lawns when I started at Science. That's how I helped pay for my first year there, running around with lawnmowers and whatnot. So, you know, good. And you know, I know personal experience trying to find kids in neighborhoods to shovel snow, like they don't exist anymore. So hats off to you for actually being one of those kids that's gonna do that. So that's great. So a couple things here. So, and this is kind of in contrast with what Chris said. So I agree, like, when you're small, and I know, like, same thing we started. Yeah, so what's your target client? I'm like, anyone's got a check? I mean, seriously, like, you gotta make payroll, you don't care what it is. Like, you're gonna go out and try to get money in to try to support the business, right? So, in the beginning, I agree with Chris, go out and do whatever you can, because the fact that you're gonna provide something of value to that client, and you actually went out and did it, you can migrate that client to other things that are gonna be longer term, right? So, but as you develop this, I would try to look at a few things that you do really well, and that you can make money at, and that are repeatable, okay? So, as you do all these things, be cognizant of, like, where am I making the most money for the time? Power washing is one of those things. I've gotten quotes that range from like $3,000 to $600 for the same job. Like, there's no rhyme or reason to it for some reason. And we actually found someone that's really good, that's like right in between. I tried to get someone who's the cheapest guy, and it was awful. I mean, it was a disaster, right? So, but try to identify those things where you're making the most of your time, and that you can put on a repeatable schedule, so that there's maintenance stuff. So every 6 months you're doing something, or every year, and you just build in this repeat client base. It just grows and grows, and you can scale the business over time that way, which is great. So I don't know what the margins are with power washing. I know a friend of mine needed lawn maintenance for years, and he ended up the fertilizing and all that, very, very profitable. That was one, and the other was sealing driveways, very profitable as well. Those were the two that you could tack on to existing clients, and it's just on the schedule. He just shows up, and it just keeps going. He just keeps growing and growing and growing. So, just my idea. The other thing too, the Instagram thing. Like, you have a lot of ideas on how you want to market. Jen can probably speak to this better than I can. My son details cars. He started it 2 years ago. He just did the Instagram thing and word of mouth, and he just focused on Instagram, that one thing, and just put stuff on there, and he had more business he knew what to do with. So, you might want to think about focusing on one thing, doing it really well. There's this guy I follow that mows lawns for free, and he puts on his Instagram page, and like, it's gone viral. He's got like 9,000 followers on his Instagram page, because he's like, hey, I saw your lawn, it looks like crap, I'm gonna mow it for free. And everyone thinks like, this kid's doing something really good, so they want to hire him to do stuff. So, I mean, there are crazy ideas like that you can think of. So.
Before and afters.
Yeah, before and afters, exactly. I love
Show
that. So,
before, and then when you power wash after, or the driveways, always gets me.
yeah, nice job.
Thank you.
All right, so next up, I'd like to invite up Clear Clean. Let's see if we can get that on.
Yeah, just go through them. If you're not gonna walk around much, you can leave the one edge of the road if you guys wanna walk. But if someone wants to go outside of this space, it's up to you.
just went.
You don't have to stay here, if you wanna like walk around. What do you like? Yeah, just go right, Cody, put your stuff.
He's a hard worker.
And you guys do that.
Yeah, we'll be at their house.
Yep, you're good to go. Jake's ready for you.
Are we good? Okay. Good morning, everyone. We're Clear Clean, hope to be South Jersey's cleaning solution. My name is Billy Cook.
I'm Dakota Warity.
So I've experienced, I worked in CL City and Strathmere during the summer months, and I've also worked over 8 years for a window cleaning business. And while down the shore, I met people with a need where they owned a property and they try to rent it out by themselves, but they don't want to hire a cleaning service. And they would drive down every Saturday morning when that turnover cleaning had to take place and do it themselves, and then drive back to Bucks County, where I'm from.
Over the past couple semesters, I've been working with OxyClean Carpet Company during the school year, just to make money during the school. So I learned some like customer service skills and in-home cleaning as well. I learned the language of like speaking with the customers, trying to see what they need and just get what they need done and prioritize what that job is. And then just other home maintenance, like I used to put up fences and other labor work, so I have experience with a lot of customer service. So with Clear Clean, we're providing a peace of mind to our customers through communication and superior cleaning. We're looking to serve the owners of South Jersey beach towns, so anyone from like a family who rents out for vacation during the summer, or just estate agents and property managers who want to maintain their properties and keep them clean consistently, and just to expose any homeowners like property and make it look appealing to the eye.
So this is what we're hoping to develop for our property owners, be an app where they can schedule a clean with us. They'll be notified when our cleaning crew arrives to them, say if they're back in PA, and then there'll be before pictures that they can upload of their property and how they want it to look. And then while us, the cleaning crew, goes through the property and does room by room, we can upload our pictures of the rooms cleaned as we go through the property, and they can be notified and just be set peace of mind so they know the property is being cleaned properly in time for their next tenants to move in. So yeah, the app would be hopefully user-friendly app in the future, or may start as an online portal. And it would just allow for clear communication between us, the homeowners, and the tenants as they move in and move out of the properties. And the homeowners and tenants can use the app to notify the cleaning crews of areas of concern, say during the week when the tenants are there, say they caused a mess in a specific room, they can just notify us instead of having to worry about cleaning it before they move out at the end of their vacation.
So when looking at other competitors in this type of field, we found just that like the cons were like there was lack of communication, and that's why we're really emphasizing the app where you see the before and after pictures, you know, like what job's getting done. There's no like, there's just straight transparency, and just usually like some jobs should only take an hour, but then they might take 3 hours if someone's being lazy. Like there's always jobs where you think like something's gonna get done quick and easy, but then it just, for whatever reason, it doesn't, and you just left with a poor taste after. So in mind, we're just trying to be the best cleaning service out there. We just want to make the customer happy. Before and after pictures, be completely transparent, and just keep scaling them that way.
So we would bring in profits by doing the recurring cleanings weekly during the summer months of their rental properties. And then hopefully our bigger profit margin jobs would be either detail and sanitization cleanings of the interior of the homes, or we offer annually, quarterly, monthly, or weekly exterior cleanings, pressure washing, window cleanings, roof and gutter cleanings. So we are Clear Clean, hopefully South Jersey's cleaning solution, and we're hoping to ensure the beauty of our customers' homes.
I'll go, sure. Great presentation. Yeah, great presentation. So, so is there, I'm gonna focus on the app for a second, all right? Is there an app like what you guys have that you've been able to find that does for other cleaning services like what you are providing?
No, I've not found anything.
All right. So my thought would be that if you want, and you got to start with start with cleaning the houses. You know, this app. I would actually segregate the app name and your cleaning service, and start with cleaning houses. Use the app, see how the app goes, and that's what you can scale. So if there's no app, and I see if that's something that's of value, you could charge a subscription price to other cleaning services to utilize your app so they become more efficient. Therefore, you're not having to use your own labor. You can scale the app very quickly, a lot more than you can scale your time. So start them both, have that as a separate name than your cleaning company, because there's no conflict, there's no competition, right? So see how the app goes, keep working on developing the app and see if that takes off. You could slowly back out of the cleaning services and just try to scale the app. That's something you can scale everywhere, right? And then you could start with just cleaning. Maybe it could be, talk about, you know, the handyman stuff. Like someone comes in before and after, like down the beat. You're right, down. I mean, I have a house down there, and we have contractors coming out. The only way I know I'm coming in and out is because my app for my door lock says someone came in and someone left. I have no idea.
Yeah.
And you have cameras, but I'm not putting cameras in my house. It's just weird. So, but that's my 2 cents on that. So.
Yeah, I did think about once we get the app rolling, maybe as like a franchise model, like it helps them run their businesses.
But I think separating those two, thinking about it that way, because they're not competing interests. You know what I mean?
Yeah, thank you.
For sure.
And kind of going off that, the one thing that I saw, so when I had a brick and mortar business, we would run into the issue where someone would come in and clean, and then I would come in afterward, and I would notice all the things that they didn't clean, right? Because it's very subjective when it comes to cleaning, whether or not people do it the right way or not. Also, I'm neurotic, and I really like things a certain way, so that's my own problem. But what I said to them was, like, we have to document what it is that you're cleaning and what you're doing, so that way we're all on the same page, because I realize, again, it's subjective. So one of the things that you might be able to do to get started is like having, there's like some text-based platforms that you could use while you're building out the app that would basically have a text exchange with whoever your contact is, that would provide the pictures and the questions and the things like that. So you can still have that open communication, but you could also collect data from that and see, like, you know, what people like, what issues might arise or whatever, and work that into the app development. Because I was kind of thinking along the same lines as Rob, like, everyone could use this, like, businesses could use it, because cleaning is subjective, right? And a lot of people want to complain and say that someone didn't do it the right way, or even in your comments that you had there, someone said, oh, it took them 2 hours and it should have only taken them 1 hour, you know, and so making it clear with that communication. And then I had a question just about, what was my question? Oh yeah, it was, are you currently cleaning houses right now?
I started last year a couple. I probably got $1,200. I think I did 4 properties, but that was exterior cleaning. We haven't gotten anyone to take the weekly rental, like turnover cleanings yet.
Okay.
And I'm talking to like 4 families from where I live in Bucks County, and they drive down every weekend. So I'm trying to see if I can get in this summer for them and do their Saturday morning cleanings.
Yeah. Well, and I think that that is a good, the only problem that you have there, obviously, is that there's a finite amount of time where everyone checks out and everyone checks in, right?
Yes.
So you only have a few hours to get as many in as you can. But from the marketing perspective, showing the cost of like driving down there and driving back and comparing that to the costs of the cleaning service, you know, that's a good way to market it. So I feel like you've definitely hit an audience, a target audience that could definitely benefit from your service. And if it's only slightly more expensive than what it would take them to drive down and, you know, whatever, and deal with all of that, then, you know, then you can, I think they would definitely be interested in it. So.
Yeah.
That was all I had.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I agree with everything about the app especially, and we've had a house down there a long time. The other thing is hook up with the realtors critically.
Yep.
I mean, because that's how they recommend a cleaning service, and then we have that done.
Yeah, they can drive that.
And they can,
Yeah.
just explode it out and recommend it to every person that is having the rentals done through them, which is a majority. I mean, some people rent themselves, but there's a lot going through those.
Yeah, the mayor Strathmere, he's like the big realtor down there, and I've talked to him, but but just worried about the time, like you said. That's why we're gonna, at least I thought, try to keep it like with the 4 families that I know, prototype it out this summer, see how efficiently I can do all the houses, because as you said, that turnover period, it's always Saturday morning, like, I don't know, 8 to noon maybe, or 10 to noon. It's tight. So, but I do like the offering the app to other cleaning services, because that'd be a lot more scalable. So.
Chris's idea is great. Is if you get the realtors to buy into it, they're like, that's a great idea. They'll mandate that the cleaning companies use it, because they're the ones that get the calls when you walk into the house it's not clean. So yeah, it's a great idea.
So the idea is start the way you are now, which is fine, and then once you're comfortable with that, and again you have examples and referenceable customers and all that, then take it out to the realtors and expand and then hire. And so forth.
Thank you.
Nice
For
work.
sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next I'd like to invite up Why So Curious?
Yeah, before we start, we wanted to make sure that during the idea development part, we had a pivotal change made after the submission of the written proposal. So the idea presented here would not be matching completely with our written proposal that we have submitted. Are we allowed to go at any point, or?
Are we good?
All right. Yeah. Hello, my name is Sung.
Hello, I'm Nick.
And today we're going to talk about our QR code apparel brand, Why So Curious.
Let's dive into it.
Yep. And who are we? Nick and I met in the clinic in Phoenixville, which is a nonprofit clinic serving for the uninsured people. And while we were volunteering at the clinic, we have gotten more involved in nonprofit business, and we gotten more curious about how it's ran, and we have started developing idea to support nonprofit business, and that's how we started Why So Curious. The problem we found in the United States, the number of nonprofits have been increasing over time. However, the percent of total population giving donation has been decreasing. So we wanted to target this problem with a model that can be spread through the population equally, and this is the model we created over the past month.
And our mission is to make cool apparel for people to wear, not only for charitable wear, but for volunteering work, but also for just street wear and just casual wear as well. We want people to feel good when they're wearing this type of clothing, because they're not only supporting themselves, but supporting other nonprofit organizations as well. And what are we going to make? We're going to make QR code apparels that can be scanned from your phone. You could go ahead and scan it right now if you choose to. You'll be able to go to these QR codes and be able to learn about the nonprofits that we collaborate with. And a lot of people, like Sung's friends, might see him wearing the shirt and be like, "Hey, Sung, what's that QR code on the back of your shirt? What's that about?"
Oh, Nick, why so curious? Just try it.
Oh, all right, let me check it out. Okay, let me check it out. So Oh, you'll be able to find out the nonprofit that we're collaborating with is American Red Cross, and from there you'll be more engaged. Since you invested your time and energy, you'll be more likely to learn about this product and most likely consume it as well. So that's our goal with this product.
Mm-hmm. And why us? As you know, a lot of nonprofit organizations have their own supply of merches, but why the uniqueness of our products coming from its style and the design that integrates the QR code into the design. So those two are our main competence against the other competition. Therefore, that's the uniqueness of our branding. And QR code itself can serve as our branding identity, but it can also serve as an advertisement tool. So it has multiple potential to use it in apparel market.
And we want to use Shopify to be able to make a profit with this brand and product. Shopify will handle the manufacturing for us, so they'll be able to produce the shirts, and we'll be able to order like off of the inventory products that our customers purchase our products from. Shopify will be able to deliver those products to the customer. So that'll be great for us, just helping us with that burden on the business side. And Shopify is also great with social media marketing, email marketing, so that'll also give us some help as well, just getting this business launched and developed. And we also created a website that we would like to be modeled on Shopify with our main branding logo, WSC, with the yellow question mark. Yellow symbolizes curiosity, and the eyes obviously means you're interested, you're engaged, you want to learn more. So that's the main page, what the main website homepage would look like. And just our info, some info about us, we would be donating 20% of the profits we make to these nonprofit organizations that we collaborate with. Some of them may include American Red Cross, Smile Train, even this Bonner organization, which is not a nonprofit on campus, but it would just be great to just be able to support the communities around us and just join the people that are helping us make a difference and helping our communities. And we also have some examples of what our t-shirts would look like with these QR codes. We have sizes varying from small, large, medium, and it's not only made for men and women, but also toddlers and the youth. So we would have a price market of $30 for each shirt, with, like I said, the profit going to the nonprofit organizations that we work with as well.
So the money, the costs are coming from the manufacturer, shipping, and Shopify monthly subscription, and plus the 20% donation we make from the sales revenue. Because we're using Shopify, we're going to use the print-on-demand application called Printful, which also serves the drop shipping, which we don't have to get our hands on to any kind of the steps from the production to the shipping to the customer. So it will be all done in Shopify and Printful. And with our cost and perspective sale of $29.99 per unit sale, our cost will be $19.78 per unit using the Shopify and Printful, and that will make us a profit of $10.21 per unit sold, which is 34%, giving us 34% margin. And this falls into the industry average. And then considering our monthly fixed cost, using the Shopify basic plan for the monthly subscription, which is $29, by making 3 sales per month, we're going to be a profitable company.
And we want to promote this product by investing most of our expenses into social media advertisement. We can see that there's a great return when you do so, and we also would like to start off with just giving inventory to our friends, our families, because that'll just create more awareness, more promotion about our product, and more people will be able to scan the QR codes as well, and leading to our websites and the nonprofit website collaborators that we choose to work with. And Instagram, YouTube, these are all great platforms where we could collaborate with influencers in the beginning to just be able to have more people wearing our shirts and more people just seeing them out there in the public. And we would like to incorporate a $500 monthly budget, most of that going into Instagram because of the ability to share stories and share posts with people that will increase more engagement and increase the more insights about our product. And our next steps if we win today's Bear Innovation Competition, we would like to finish designing our logos, and we would also register our WSC as an LLC, and we want to be able to order inventory and shirts just to have that kind of in our repertoire, and just start printing and designing our logos as well, just creating a whole team around this to really get this product launched. And why so curious, you know?
Yeah. If you're still curious, it's your time to ask and explore. Thank you so much for listening to us.
All right, so I have a couple questions. The first one is, and you just briefly touched on this, but when the QR code is scanned, where does the user go?
The QR code would bring the user to, we have like separate branding as well, like our own branding for our own website and our branding for the nonprofit collaborator that we work with. So the ones with the Red Cross and the Smile Train, that would lead to the nonprofit's website, and the ones that are mainly just our branding with the WSC and then the WC on the back of the shirt, that would lead to our website and our products.
Yep. This code is scannable, so if you're curious, you can scan it, and it will direct you to the Red Cross website.
Okay. So in addition to that, what would prevent one of these nonprofits from creating their own QR code and putting it on a shirt like this?
There will be no such barrier for them to produce their own QR code branding T-shirt merch and sell to that. However, we are going to have like a designer who designs the QR code integrated into Mosaic design. This is just a preliminary design we are creating just to show how it would work. But we're more onto integrating the QR code design into more Mosaic design, so it could blend into the design. And that would be our stylish part of our uniqueness. And also because we are using our own logo, there would be more trust within our branding instead of just having merch by itself. So we're trying to create the kind of the trend by using our logo, that it could be a daily apparel that people can wear, and proudly show the QR code to people who they are comfortable with.
Okay. And just as a comment to that, so I feel like part of this is that you could be more of like a graphic design company that does these like interesting QR codes, right? Because that's what the nonprofits probably can't afford to do on their own, is have their own in-house design team that can create these really awesome designs using the QR code that has some brand awareness that people would know to scan, right? So that's kind of not just selling apparel, that's actually selling the creative part of it, the designs, the images, which you can own if you create them, and they're your own property essentially. But you can sell it or license it to them that they can use it. So it's not so much of an apparel company, but maybe it's like that design side, right? But then in addition, you have the apparel. If you're creating your own branding, the Why So Curious, and you are able to get enough visibility for your own branding, that's where you become more powerful and more helpful for the nonprofits, that they would say, yes, let's go through this company, right? So I think that's what you're saying too, is that you're looking to build your own brand,
Right.
and then, help them out. And maybe it's also collaborating with something like North Star or whatever that charity directory navigation thing is. I forget what it is. But it's like a website where you can go and you can see all different nonprofits, right? So that could be a benefit too, where if someone scans the code, it goes to their own like donation page. But if they go to Why So Curious, you can see a list of all the nonprofits. Because it sounds like your bigger mission, I could be wrong, so correct me if I am, but it sounds like your bigger mission is to help all of these nonprofits get visibility and essentially donations, right?
Exactly.
So you're trying to do good by pulling all these together and saying, let's help them get more donations, and we can do it by being creative and having really cool designs, right? So that might be another element to it too, is having less of like a storefront of your products, having more of like a directory, but then having the products associated with each of the nonprofits that have, purchased the QR code or whatever it might be. So I feel like it's a good idea. I feel like you're moving in the right direction. But I appreciate the mission of it, and you were able to answer my questions, which is good. And then one other thing I was just gonna say is, there's a transaction fee usually involved with the, when you got to your financials. So the profit would be slightly off, because there's like a transaction fee if someone purchases online. However, if you yourself was a nonprofit, they waive that fee.
Okay.
So just keep that in mind.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I love that design, the giant QR. It's definitely going to attract eyes on the street. People will be holding up the phone. Everything else. Shopify is a good choice. It also has that great automated connection to the marketing, like directly into Facebook and IG, where it can push the graphics and everything else and have a campaign going constantly and so on. Have you also thought about, once you're up and running after a while, expanding beyond the t-shirts to other things, other apparel, also maybe a canvas bag with a giant QR on it, something that would be different avenues for that?
I think our aim was more into different styles of fashion instead of different products of it. So we're looking more into the streetwear as we make more revenue profit, because those jackets, the streetwears cost more price in manufacturing way. So we're as we expand, we're thinking about expanding to like different types of clothing.
So like hoodies, socks, like we would be able to expand more products, just not just t-shirts, but just overall like fashion, like just diving into all of those type of products as well.
Good. Since you've been working at that nonprofit, have you already talked with them a bit about the idea that they might be the first one to try it out?
Yeah, we're thinking about talking to them for the first time. However, we haven't asked them directly yet because of the time, because we were only there during the busy times, and it was difficult to contact with the volunteer manager over there. And yeah, the day we go there is not when volunteer manager's there. And we're organizing a different event right now, so I might ask it after the event is over. Yeah.
But yeah, it would be great to collab with like a small organization kind of like that, because they have like a lot of events where they're trying to create more fundraising and create more people to just be able to become more involved and learn how they could support more of the clinic and other organizations around them. So we're definitely looking into getting in contact about them with a collaboration with this type of product for sure.
Yeah, that would be good for starting up. You learn a lot during that process too before you go to the next one and the next one.
Right. We're worried about overstocking for producing merches for the small nonprofit organizations. However, using Shopify only starts making it when they get the order from the customer. So we don't have to worry about overstocking. So that's why we're open to the small nonprofit organizations as well.
Yeah, it makes sense. That and the drop shipping and everything else. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's a great platform. Thanks.
Thank you.
I have a comment. First of all, I'm trying to wrap my head around going down the street and some dude running out. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but
Right.
So, and this is more of a comment. So, do you all control the governance of which nonprofits you would print? Is that on you then?
Yeah, it is totally on us, and also that is why we, at least I want to start this business, because there are many different organizations, and I want to have like certain way to specifically support the organizations that I trust and that I support for it. So
Yeah, there will be some, like, let's say hypothetically, you don't have to worry about this day one. By the way, you don't have to worry about any problems day one, really. What happens, aside from just trying to, if you all want to do this full time, how to make sure you're paying yourselves, right? But is, it's not say it is wildly successful. At some point, someone will reach out to you and saying, hey, I'd like to utilize your services, and you, just your core beliefs and values will not agree with what their mission statement is, and then you have to kind of decide what you want to do, right?
Right. Yeah.
So, and I know you've probably already thought of this. Again, it's more of a comment than anything else. Like, these are some of the challenges that come downstream as you grow, right? So just more put it in the back of your head. But cool idea.
All right. Thank you.
And to,
yeah,
okay,
go for it. No.
And to answer your question earlier about like just the comfortability and people scanning QR codes, like when you're walking down the street, like there's different things we could do with the style as well, like making the QR code smaller or just putting the logo of the nonprofit that we're working with. So it doesn't have to be like a big QR code on the back of the shirt, exactly.
It could be
like
inside the
that.
pocket.
Yeah, exactly, or like something small on the sleeve. But yeah, there's different things we could do to like kind of like work around that to make sure everybody's comfortable when they're wearing this shirt.
All right, thanks.
Yep, thank you so much. Oh, Nick.
Oh, yeah, totally forgot.
Okay, so we have a short break. We can probably kick it up a little bit, a 15-minute break. And so why don't we come back at like 25 after 11.
Yeah, because that's like the biggest problem.
Cleaning app or like something like that. It doesn't have to be clean, it's just anyone who's doing any work in your house. It doesn't have to be me, just anyone. Yeah. But especially, I agree, the vacation thing, it's like, when you're never there.
Yeah, we used to, we had work done on the house. Yeah, we signed up as fires. They just don't show up.
Right, right.
Well, that's the beach, right? You decide to go fishing, that's kind of what it is.
Right, it was nice out.
You gotta plan your schedule around like fishing tournaments and everything else.
It's even like my
back. Thank you for our first group of presenters. We're going to get started with our second group of presenters. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Century.
All good to go?
We're good to go.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Trevor Mislin. I'm here to you today, presenting to you Century Health and Research, a company that is going to build futuristic devices and applications that will not just help deal with mental health in America, but also get mental health services in the pocket and in the hands of every single person that needs it at an affordable and reliable rate. So, my name's Trevor. A few things you may not know about me. I used to swim at school, swam for 4 years in high school. And honestly, this is a championship race, probably the highlight of my whole career in high school. Coolest thing I've ever done. But something this photo really doesn't show you is that 2 weeks after this photo was taken, I sadly attempted on my life. And the fact is that in America, we don't see from pictures like this and from really just looking at somebody what's going on inside their head. There's a big stigma out there right now that's a huge problem where if you're a man and you're going through something, you're told, man up. Don't have to deal with it. Just keep moving forward, you'll be fine. And if you're a woman, you're just being too emotional. Stop it. But the fact is, both of those things are just being human. There's nothing wrong with that at all. That's something that we hope to break here at Century. The other biggest thing we're trying to work on at Century is the lack of infrastructure. The fact is that right now, if you were to go to any type of counseling service, online or in person, they're going to tell you you got to wait at least a month. And as far as I've seen, even with online services, it's up to 3 months. Even scarier than that, one of the scariest things I've seen from stories of research that I've heard from people is that those suicide hotlines that are supposed to be instantaneous, people who are having crisis are literally told to call back later. There is no later for those people. They need to talk to someone now. And that is what Century hopes to change. Century's keystone project and flagship program is called Instant Help. Instant Help is a quick, simple, and easy app that with one login, when you first download it, allows you to instantaneously swipe up and down, select the type of help that you need, and you will be able to connect either through text chat, by video chat, or by a phone call to a licensed professional to get you the help you need. The research that me and my team have done, every single person that actually acts on a suicide attempt or has those thoughts has reached out in some way before. Whether that's going online to something like BetterHelp and seeing, oh, I got to pay $80 for one session of half an hour, or I have to pay $400 up front for 2 hour-long sessions in person, and I got to wait 3 months to get that. These are impractical steps that people who are in crisis or who are going towards crisis aren't going to be willing to take. I can tell you from personal experience that before I made my attempt, I went online. I looked for forums. I tried to find help. I didn't feel comfortable going to my family. I couldn't go to my friends. I didn't want to show weakness as a man. But the fact is that if I could have just gone on my phone and downloaded an app, I could have talked to somebody before I even went down that whole path. Where Instant Help is at today is right now, we're currently building our app. We hope to launch by January 1st. We currently have a Discord right now that we use for fully researching and understanding what the community needs. The biggest thing and the most important thing to me is being there for the people. That's why, later in this presentation, you'll see we're not all about profit. We're about being able to consistently upkeep our app and add new features to help the people. Not here to become a millionaire. We also use this to hear the stories and the impact that Century could have for those people. In addition to just having people be able to chat with licensed professionals, we also want to uplift the infrastructure in America and across the world. As I'm sure we all know, AI is pretty big right now, and it's changing the landscape of a lot of different industries. The fact is that right now, me and my team have already built an AI that can, with a wearable device that we build in the future, can detect and understand depressive and suicidal thoughts. With that type of technology that we build in the future, if someone's wearing that device, either on their head or on their collarbone, you can think that thought and we can get you help instantaneously without you even asking for it. The fact is that people who are in that downward spiral aren't going to ask for it when they're too deep in. So we have, with Instant Help, a way to get people help where they don't have to feel embarrassed by it before they get to that point. But we also have in the future looking into technology where when they get to that point, we can still help them. Now, obviously, healthcare in the United States is sadly a pretty expensive thing. And through research and my own personal experience, the average American family for a 1-hour session will spend $120. I don't know who can make, an extra car payment to get mental health therapy. And it's kind of surprising because we've talked with insurance companies and psychology departments and psychologist professionals, and we were able to figure out that through government grants and subsidies, as well as working with insurance companies, we can offer a 1-hour session for $35 online through Instant Help. That's unheard of. I don't think you can find a single person out there who is going to offer you professional level counseling for $35. $35 allows us to keep costs. There's no profit off of it, but we do understand through our research into our futuristic technologies that we can create a profit to continue to build our programs like our AI development. To finish building our app, we need about $50,000 in seed money to launch by January 1st. To get to that point, we have a 4-faceted approach. Our biggest part of that is private equity. That is private investors seeing our success in things like Bear Innovation, as well as next month at a Penn State competition just like this. If we can show them success and wins in both of those areas, we have dedicated backers who are actually already in the field of neuroscience and mental health services. They're already ready to jump in. They want to see first off success and outbound support for our mission. I think the biggest thing for me, like I said before, was the stories that I've heard of the people that are going through things that I went through. It really touches me when I hear a mom telling me about the troubles that her family has gone through. And, it just gave me chills just thinking about it. A few months ago, I was talking to a mom and her son. They had just lost a loved one. And this kid was obsessed with superheroes. And he would always ask jokingly at the end of these little interview sessions that I had with them, what's your favorite superhero? If you had a superpower, what would you want? And I'm sure I said something like, oh, super speed or super strength. But just 2 or 3 weeks ago, he kind of threw a curveball at me. And he asked me, what would you use that superpower for? And that really hit me. Because I think if I really wanted to have a superpower, I would want it to have an impact on people. I think I would want to be able to go back in time and tell my younger self that it's going to be okay. You don't got to do what you think you need to do at this point in your life. I wish I could tell all these kids that they had a future. I wish I could tell all these families that they could see their children again, that they could take their son to baseball practice, their daughter to ballet again, because that help was there in their hands and they can actually afford it. They didn't have to worry about getting food or getting their son or daughter mental health. And I think I realized recently that I do have that ability. These ladies and gentlemen, that superpower of the century. Thank you.
We're in the rotation,
Yeah, right, that's fantastic.
Thank you.
One thing I wondered, have you thought, it's kind of an early thing with the app, of even though the fee's low, like sort of just dealing with that after the fact behind, the person needs help right away, they're not gonna have to put in your credit card or something like that, right?
Yeah, if you let me speak to that. So, hard to go through in 8 minutes, obviously, everything. But basically, the biggest thing is getting logged into the app. That's the hardest problem we're going into because obviously, again, the goal is to get people help, but obviously we can't keep the app running if we don't have the funds coming in. So the idea is, the first step is going to have you create a login and an account. This is where you're going to have your parents or yourself sign in. This is where you're going to connect either a credit card or some sort of payment method. And so that at that point, every time you log in after that with the app, because the app's supposed to be used for earlier on, that you're not going to have to go, okay, well, putting your credit card information, you know, putting your password, sign off. It's just after that, tap, 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 hi, I'm dealing with this, I need to talk to somebody. We also are looking at things like Afterpay and Apple Pay Later that are coming out, just so we can completely bypass that and we can track that through IP and phone data like that.
Okay, good, excellent, yeah. So, and besides yourself too, do you have a team or people you've been talking to?
Yeah, so right now my team is myself, we have a graduate over at Penn State right now and a graduate over at University of Pittsburgh, who actually, they are researching on the AI front, and pretty much they had an idea, I was buddies with them, and you know, we all really have been affected by mental health, especially, you know, I'm sure as many people know, COVID, you know, just hit, and it was a huge, you know, killer among, you know, young adults and teens. And so we were all really passionate about it, and with, I'm sure you guys remember, with my business knowledge and, you know, I love helping people, and with their ability to research and understand the neuroscience behind it, we're able to come together and, you know, create a pretty strong team. And unfortunately, you know, they can't be here today. They're off in some lab over in their respective universities, but it's a strong team, and we hope to, you know, bring on more professionals in the future.
Great, excellent, thanks.
Thank you.
Well, I give you a lot of credit for coming out here and telling your story. I know that's not
Appreciate
easy.
that.
A couple questions around the structure of the organization. So, is it structured as a nonprofit or a for-profit business? What is your vision for it?
So, I love nonprofits. I actually started my own nonprofit, the Bridge Foundation with Christian, who you guys heard about earlier. The goal is to be a for-profit company because while we do have the app and we have the AI, we do want to continue to expand. If we can, at some point, become a nonprofit and completely figure out a way to cancel out where people don't have to pay for this service and work with you know, governments and organizations to do that type of thing, and it'd be easier as a nonprofit to do that, I would love to do that. But at this point, with what we're trying to do in the early stages, we would be a for-profit.
Yeah, I mean, you know, fortunately and unfortunately, the way, you know, it works to get funding is, you know, people want to put funding as something they can see a return, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I like this sense of conscientious capitalism, right?
Yep.
So you're building something that someone's going to feel good about investing, right?
Yeah.
And I know there's a huge, my sister's in social services, and she's like, it's just, the amount of demand far outweighs the amount of folks who are there to help.
Yeah.
I mean, it's significant. It's significant. One other question I had too. So, how, this is back to where you were touching on with, you know, trying to bypass the put in a credit card, because kids that are 14, 13, 12, you know, they can't do that. Also, you know, I don't know what the regulations are around a minor, right, that's under the age of 18 wanting to reach out for help. Do they need to have parental, like, permission to use this service? And I don't know what the HIPAA I don't know what all that stuff is. I mean, you probably did some research.
Yeah, I can answer the question, or I can kind of speak to that last part if you really want.
Speak to it, if you could.
Yeah, so basically, the whole goal for Instant Help obviously is I don't want to call it an early warning system. That's kind of how the best I can explain it. The goal is, you know, let's say I'm a 13-year-old kid, right? And I'm just like, I need help. So if we have an Afterpay system in place, this kid can go on, put in his name, and talk to somebody. The goal is by the end of that hour session that he is either talked down from a point where we can get a parent involved and get that information and get HIPAA regulation. Because if you're a minor under HIPAA, you do need parental consent at that point. But that parental consent can be given at any point during that session pretty much. If we don't get that parental consent, that's where there is problems, and obviously that is something that we have to figure out. But from, you know, like I said, we're 20,000 strong on our community Discord, and a lot of those parents are saying, like, if you can get my kid in a situation where he's either talked down from where he was before, or just even he just needs to talk to somebody, we can get those kids to actually go to their parents and say, hey, this is something that I want to do if we don't have early pay, or hey, I was in this mood, I needed help, you guys weren't home, you know, this is what I did, I need you guys to now contact Instant Help or contact Sentry, and then we can get that information so we're, you know, in compliance with HIPAA.
Yeah. You've got so many different avenues you could go here. So there's the private funding community. I'm sure there's, you know, multiple ways from from a grant perspective, right?
Yep, definitely.
You know, so, you know, I think the challenge you have is, you know, you need people and bodies to be able to do all this stuff, right?
Yeah, and that's really why our main focus is, you know, is getting the app up and running, but also, you know, that back end research on the AI. There's some really cool AI models that are very basic right now that we have that can pretty much, you know, replicate and understand just like my psychologist could for me. Now that's, you know, you're looking at keywords, you're looking at facial recognition on a video chat, and so that's kind of how we hope to combat that. I can speak to the human perspective of not having manpower. The goal is to, you know, I have a really good friend of mine who, her name's Olivia, she's just going into, she wants to become a psychologist. And, you know, there's a kind of a niche, you know, where you have really experienced people and you have people who are just starting out. But then you have people who are, you know, 2 to 3 years into the mental health industry or psychologist industry. And they, from what I've heard from my interviews and working with insurance companies and offices, they don't have enough work. Because either people are just coming in and they have that work, or you have the quote unquote veterans who are flooded because they are extremely trusted in their field. So from what I've found is that we definitely can support a larger base. That does mean that we have to go out and find those people. But we do know that if we take those steps to go out and seek those people out that actually are looking for work and that don't have it yet, we can get them in even on, you know, a part-time thing. Because the great thing about Instant Help, it's not something where you have to go and say, hey, you know, 2 months from now, come into the office for a screening, and then you get to talk to somebody. It's pretty much, hey, you know, just like Zoom, fire it up and you're able to talk to somebody.
Thanks.
Yep.
Well, I echo their sentiments that it was a great presentation, and thank you for sharing and being vulnerable.
Thank you.
Putting it out there. I just had 2 questions. One was about the AI. So, and this is maybe me misunderstanding, so I'm just trying to wrap my head around that. Is it supporting the interactions? Meaning, like, if you're looking for keywords and conversations and using AI for that, is that because the individual is going through like a pre-screening when they first seek help, and so you're kind of trying to decide where they need to go? Or is it after they've had these, or during the time that they're having these conversations with like real people?
Yeah, so we kind of want to keep it so that you're either talking to a real person or you're talking to an AI. We don't want to have it so there's this sort of like, I remember even at Ursinus here when I started my freshman year, I went to counseling here, and I remember it was, you know, hey, we're going to have you do an hour-long screening just to get your background and your history, and then we're going to get another screening on what you want to do. And so we want to kind of cut down that. The AI itself is to the point where it's so advanced now from the models that we have, is that it could replace, you know, like the problem we were talking about, the psychologist, where we can scan for keywords where, let's say a kid is saying certain phrases or certain things that are indicating that he is leaning towards extreme suicidal tendencies. That is at a point where even further in development of the app, we can get in contact with parents, authorities, and get that kid help, even though he may not be necessarily asking for it. And so that would be all under the AI program and the algorithm itself. I'd say we're probably, you know, a year off of fully developing that AI to the point where it could replicate a psychologist. But we already have seen, you know, places like Harvard and Stanford that actually have human-based AI that can interact pretty fluently in those high-stress scenarios.
Okay. And then the second thing was would you be looking at volunteers? Because I know, like, for the crisis helpline and stuff, they recruit volunteers who are trained to deal with some of those like immediate situations.
Mm-hmm.
So just wondering if that was also an opportunity for you
Yeah,
to explore.
you know, it's a tough thing because it really is taking, okay, all the manpower we can get. You know, we really want to keep things fully licensed or fully licensed through our AI. Because we know once our AI is fully built and the algorithm is fully constructed, we can get it certified by the U.S. government as something that is safe. But you know, we do hope to also have you know, a feature we hope to add in the future is just some, you know, called instant chat, where you might not be in a situation where you need to talk to somebody because of depressive thoughts or suicidal thoughts, but you know, that's something where we would say like, hey, you know, if you're just having a bad day and you need to talk to somebody, we would love to have volunteers who are able to like, hey, you know, how's your day going? That type of thing. But for those higher risk situations, we would want to keep it more in-house with psychologists that we have that are certified, or with the AI that is certified as well.
Okay, that is helpful.
Thank you. All right,
Any questions?
all good? All right,
Good job.
thank you. Oh, wait.
Sorry, I got you wrong.
It's karaoke time.
Oh,
Pick your song.
and I'd like to invite up Verita.
All right, great. That was the right way. All right, hi, I'm Sarah, and I am the inventor and president of Verita, which is going to be a startup website for anyone who is a visual learner. So if anyone who doesn't know what a visual learner is, it's someone who looks up at images, charts, graphs to help them understand what they're learning. So just a show of hands in this room, anyone is a visual learner? Anyone here that looks off of graphs? Right, so basically majority of the room so far. So my problem here, STEM students are lacking visual representation. And as of everyone here sitting in the room, we're all visual, well, majority of us, we're visual learners. And so what's going on with that is that with my mission, I wanted to create a website that would help students understand what they're learning and implement it into their everyday lives. So say, for example, you're going to become a scientist, you're learning compounds, something you want to learn in the classroom. There's not many visual pictures to help you understand that. And if you're looking for human anatomy, there's not many to help you out, or it's very challenging, very confusing. So for example, you're in a classroom, you're looking at this. This is something that's going to be on the quiz next week. Just by looking at this, it's overwhelming, and with all these lines pointing to so many places that are so close together, it gets confusing. And if you're a chem student, this is a reaction, and this is just one formula that you would need to memorize out of, say, for example, 6 to even 18. That's going to get really confusing. So when you're in a classroom, for STEM students, it becomes one of the biggest problems because you want to keep your grade up, you want to keep yourself understanding this, and so 65% of STEM students are visual learners. So when we don't have these visuals, it's going to prevent us from doing the best we can in the classroom and outside of the classroom, which is why 56% of students in their STEM majors drop out their freshman year. And as a student myself, I can vouch for this. A lot of students, when we have to look at all these different diagrams, it gets harder and harder to memorize everything and put them into our everyday lives to the point where sometimes we can't keep up with all the work and people feel like, hey, this is something I can't pursue anymore, even if it's been a long life dream of theirs or something they wanted to do to be just like a role model or a parent or something. And even after that, only 18% of students are awarded their bachelor's from these STEM majors. So what I wanted to do to solve this is create Verita of a 3D virtual website, which is why the name Verita comes from the Latin word truth, veritas. In this website, there'll be two separate parts. There'll be human anatomy and formulas and compounds. So for human anatomy, what you're going to get is a visual representation, a human body where you can choose between male or female and look at the different layers, zoom in and out, look at the bones, the nervous system, the tissue, skeletal. You can click on it and figure out like, hey, this is like the upper limb. Oh, what is this name for it? Or just look at a drop bar and be like, okay, so where am I going to find these places? And just get a whole idea of what it's supposed to look like. And then on the formulas and compounds side, you will also be given like a search bar. If you've ever used Google Scholar, These will be websites that would be, they're reliable. You can use them and you'll get basically these 3D images of what you're looking at and just a little bit of an overview. Hey, this is, say, for example, vancomycin. This is what it's supposed to look like, and have a little area where you can like just zoom around it and be like, okay, so this is what's supposed to be there, this is where the oxygen's supposed to be, and it can help students memorize where and when everything's supposed to be. So after thinking about this, I was like, hey, I wonder why many people don't have something like this or they don't use something like this. So I decided to do a little bit of deeper research and discuss with other friends and staff on other campuses what they believe in this. And one of the problems with these are that there aren't really many websites that would be that have these things. Like if you look for a human anatomy, you can find it, but you can't really zoom in. Maybe you'll find a website and it will have the name of what a limb is. It will have where the bones are, but you can't really look into it more. And that becomes a bigger problem. Say, for example, when you get closer to like the front of your forearm, that's where you have like a couple more bones. You have your radius, your ulna, and that's where sometimes teachers have to go into class and show the students like this is where they're supposed to be, because when you twist your arm, for example, your radius and ulnas like cross over each other, which can get really confusing on a graph and memorizing it. So when I asked some students and some teachers, like, what do you think about having Verda in your classroom? What do you think about implementing it into a curriculum or maybe a summer program so students can get a feel of it, and maybe, you know, as visual learners, it could help them grow, not only in your classroom, but out of it. So they can study it at home, they can memorize it. 35 out of the 35 people I've asked have all said, yes, they want to see this, they would use this on their own time, or even as a professor, they would like to see it in their classroom because they feel like it could help their students. And if you take a look off here, you got some colleges and some high schools on here. Like I asked from my old high school, Haverford Senior High, that what their students think. Like maybe this could just not only be for, you know, college students, maybe kids who are doing AP courses, maybe some kids who want to go into anatomy, some chem classes, maybe they want to learn a little bit more about it and see like, hey, this is something I really want to do. And even then, they agreed. This is something they feel like would definitely help them out. So where do I see me going from here? How am I going to make money, costs off of this? So for subscriptions, if you're just a single person, it would be like $5.99 a month, something that you can easily afford. For some, like nothing too crazy. Or for classes, this would be like per class for teachers, like Quizlet. Now, they have $29.99 a month or yearly for just getting your regular flashcards now. That's something I figured, hey, looking at like what it costs and how I'm gonna make it up, that would definitely help out with me. And for a class, a teacher could pay $29.99 a month, and they would have an access code for all their students to be able to go in on their own time and look at either side of these and be like, hey, okay, this is where I'm lacking. This is something that can help me memorize it later on in the future and hopefully bring up their grades so everyone can get to where they want to be. And my mission for just in the future, you've seen my proposal. In the future, I want to see, once I start this up, putting it in some summer programs. When people are about to join school, sometimes they allow some students to come early, like me. I was a Krigler kid. I was able to come in early and try out these new ideas for future students. And I feel like just putting this in, just implementing it for some students, the teachers can see, hey, do the kids like it here? Do they feel like it can help them grow? Yes, we'll add it into some courses and then continue adding it on and see if everyone else feels comfortable, and maybe it can become something that is normal in a classroom. And then in the future, adding in some mini games. So yes, you can zoom in on a human body. Yes, you can look around the compounds, but how well do you know it now? You can see, they'll give you, if you're looking at, say, example skeletal, where are these bones supposed to go? Where is this bone? Click on it, find it. Yeah, you got it, good job. Or for compounds, it'll be like, hey, so how do you build vancomycin? You try to figure it out, now see if you can build it so you can memorize it. So not only this is just like a quick, I'm gonna forget it after I leave class, in the future, if you wanna become a chemist, you know what you're doing. And that is something that's really important, especially for many majors in chem, saying that finding visuals and representations for them is very hard to find. I would have loved to add more photos on here myself, but there was nothing really, which is sad. And then in the future, if this becomes more subscriptions, I would love to move this into an app store where it can be something smaller, easy access on your phone, and with the zoom in option, you don't need to worry about not being able to see each and every detail because you can and you will be able to. So from there, that would be what I'd do. And of course, quickly, I wanted to say a thank you for that, but I also wanted to leave in some quotes from researchers and students that I've talked to across different campuses and how they believe this would help them in their everyday lives.
Who's up, me?
Yep.
Great presentation. As someone who really struggled through school, I don't retain things well reading it. I just never have. I actually have subscribed to Speechify for years. I'll drop documents into it and I read it and listen to it, and I can retain all of it. But I can't read and retain. I'm way too ADHD for it. I just always have been. But it took me until my late 30s to figure out how I actually learn things. And I'm good with touching it, messing around with it. YouTube's great, but reading it's tough. So there's a definite need. I have a question around just digging into the weeds, and I don't know if you've gotten this far or not, but in terms of trying to develop all the content, like what's needed to develop the content on this?
So in developing this, first I would just need to draw out what I wanted to do with the human body and these compounds, and then I give it to my developer that would add it into the website. So currently I am drawing these things out as a designer and an artist, and
So you're doing that right now?
Yeah, on my own time I am doing that, and I have my own little notebook for it, which I've been so excited doing it. And so from there I just give it to my developer. They would be able to put that on a computer. I am not a whole website builder, so having someone to help me out, which is what I'm going to be using this money for, helping pay them to help me start up this website would be very beneficial. And yeah.
And how would you market this to, because you're going to need to get buy-in from the educational community, right? How would you, is it more of a grassroots thing? I don't even know what that process is like. Jen probably is better to talk to than me. But.
So, yeah, so if I go back up to some of the people I've already been in contact with, I did have the pleasure of talking to some professors here about it, just pitching them my idea, Dr. King, Dr. Favero, and they said they do like the idea of that. Or I've talked to some people in Hofstra, back in Haverford, Widener, Susquehanna, and Delaware County Community College, as well as Pitt. These people have said hey, if there is a website that is able to run and you can use in their classroom, they're willing to give it a try out and see how they like it. And then from there, I have some friends in some of these colleges as well who are hey, if you actually have a website for this, just send it over to me. I'm going to forward it to everybody so we can look at this more. And at first I was yeah, I feel a lot of people go for human anatomy, but then as soon as I looked at some people, some of my friends who are in engineering or some people who are going for chemistry, they're I am not doing so well. If this is a real thing, you need to send it over because this will help me out greatly. So I feel just starting to send it out there from just a wide varieties, it can help out greatly.
My last comment, just something to think about, is with a lot of these things, you have to build a community before you can start charging for it. Just as something to consider is what are the different levels of subscription? Consider some type of freebie to get people to start using it, and then there's going to be a pro version, something like that, because it's a lot easier to build a community, get a community of people using it. It's a lot easier to get some traction that way. So just something to think about.
Of course.
So very cool idea, and I was actually thinking about it kind of to answer Rob's question or thoughts was, so I teach for an online education program, and it's for Arizona State University. So, but I teach a class 2 nights a week online, and one of the things that we do, so the course that I'm teaching is digital marketing, so they all get a subscription to Shopify, and they learn how to use Shopify and all that. But we often give them other tools that we have partnerships with. So the online education program actually purchases the subscriptions from the providers and then passes them along to the students. So I feel like that would be a model that could work really well for you, thinking about going to online courses, because all the tools that we provide to our students are online. So that would be, maybe something to look into is, how could you partner with them? Some of the online education programs also help develop tools. So they'll use the students for research and then give you the research to help you actually develop it. So if they have a course in, chemistry, they may say, okay, this is what our students have been struggling with based off of their projects and everything, and, can you build something that can help with this or whatever. So that's more of a comment, just telling you a route that may work out. But I did have a question about the content, which is, how are you determining what content you would be having? So you said that you are kind of doing your own research to figure out like what content you want to create, but I think it was Trevor that said he had a Discord group. Was it Trevor? Yeah, you had a Discord group, right? So do you get a lot of good research from that?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, the amount of focus groups you can do on there, and it's completely free as well. So.
Yeah, so I feel like maybe some sort of community group, to Rob's point too, a good way to get started. Maybe that's a way to find research. But for now, how have you been trying to figure out like what type of images and things you would need to be creating for the content?
So yeah, no, one great question. So when looking, for example, at human anatomy, you want to figure out where you're going to get your information from, and you want it to be like reliable, figure out where it's going. Most of these things would be from talking with some professors, as well as doing research from stuff we've learned from class, where they have some actual reports on it, where you can look at the pictures and I'll be like, okay, learn out where these things are, double check it. Yeah, that's where everything's supposed to be, and put it on there, talking with some other people as well, like doctors, physicians about it. I have like some good family friends, so I was like asking them like, hey, what do you think about this? Or maybe they have like one of those like human diagrams in the office where like, yeah, this is what it's supposed to look like, base it off of that. And for like, say for example, the compounds and formulas side, looking off of that, it would be more like researching it off of like Google Scholar, and again, talking with some professors that are very kind to like have like open hours to be like, yeah, this is correct.
Okay, so yeah, so looking at the curriculum and seeing what could be supplemental, and then getting the feedback from students and professors on what would be helpful for their courses.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And then just a shout out, because I live in Havertown, so Haverford High School, yeah. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, my dad went to Haverford, so I guess it's a shout out. Yeah, so great. So I start to think, other than some of the questions I would have had are similar, about the future, two things. One is, would you have the schools, you could have, when they're connecting the students to this, they could also have a connection to it where they define a curriculum piece tied to certain areas of the app that would, and the student would log in, indicate their course in school, and it would drive them to certain areas just to, be more directly connected, right, to the syllabus and so on. And then the other thing would be, eventually, going forward, you have the two key areas here. Have you thought about, where it could be an expandable platform where schools could say, well, I could use it on this calculus course, and show them the formulas. I could use it on a different area of science, and to somehow allow people to develop content for it in a new area as well. Might be something to consider.
Yeah, I've considered that. I also wanted to start with the two parts where they're typically hit hard. Like I said, where it's like 65% they're like, or 65% are visual learners, but then 56% are dropping out just from like their first year, and only 18% were graduating with their bachelor's. I was like, yeah, and as a student, like seeing my freshman year, my first semester, how like half of our class just got straight out, and like it went with every other classes. I was like, yeah, this seems like a big problem. And then doing some research and finding out some of these sites or some of these websites have way too many ads, so people can't focus, and that was something I didn't want to do in mine. Or finding out like some of these things are there, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go for these first, and then maybe in the future, if I can add these in, I would love to. But for now, I wanted to just start off with something that could like target these audiences really quickly.
Cool. Good job.
Good job.
And now I'd like to invite up LG Studios.
Hi everyone, my name is Laura Bradley and I'm a sophomore and economics major here at Ursinus College. I'm also the founder and digital creator of LB Studios, a sports media agency. So based in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, and established in September 2022, LB Studios brings an innovative and modern approach to sports content creation and digital marketing. Growing up as a student athlete, it was difficult getting professional and quality photos or videos of myself. And I really wanted to have it since sports took up most of my childhood, being a 3-sport athlete, and up until college, and just having the quality photos or videos that I could have to look back on. I realized there's a variety of needs for it, whether that be recruiting purposes, to show off your achievements that you did in sports, and to also cherish the moments and have memories you could look back on with you playing the sport that you grew up to love. So right now, LB Studios provides sports photography, videography, digital editing, and marketing strategies. And experience consists of working with local athletes, coaches, sports teams, and organizations to help promote clients and reach high levels of online and offline visibility and engagement. We're committed to quality and also dedicated to capturing peak action and emotions to help tell a story. We're also wanting to empower and encourage athletes' passion for their sport. We also provide an inclusive and shared space to celebrate all athletic talent and performances, so making sure we get a balance of media coverage with men's sports and also women's sports, and then also helping best represent a client and highlight their achievements. At Ursinus College alone, 85% of students participate in some kind of athletic activity. And with the rise of technology, 59% of the world's population uses social media. So I thought, why not combine the two? Since September 2022, which has been around 7 months, we've increased our support base. So just on Instagram alone, we have around 6,000 followers. We also worked with a variety of clients, ranging from D3 to D1 programs, individual athletes, small businesses or organizations, and also increased our online and offline visibility and engagement. So on average, we get around at least 100,000 profile views per month just on Instagram, and one single video that we posted reached around 2 million views with thousands of likes and reposts. Anyone can take a photo or video, but what makes LB Studios better is having the artistic eye, the digital editing skills, the marketing knowledge, and also being at a young age. So we're able to capture intense moments and help tell a story. We're able to adjust work to give it the more professional look that people would want. As an economics major, I utilize the knowledge I gained from my courses to help apply it to the work I do to reach higher levels of audiences. And also being at a young age has definitely been an advantage since I grew up using social media, so I understand technology, the current trends, and provide innovative ideas to keep the audiences engaged. Looking at revenue sources, majority of the revenue I've made is from making highlight videos where I go to different sporting events, take separate video clips, and then edit it together to make a full highlight video of the event. I also sell individual photos, video clips, any digital editing services you want, so editing photos, video clips, and even some graphic designs, and then some marketing strategies. So I've been able to meet with some clients, usually on a Zoom call, and talk with them about strategies that can put in place to help reach higher levels of engagement. So pricing, I have examples on there. So for photos, just like per photos, $5. Videos is $10 per clip. Highlight videos used to be charging $50 per event, but now I increased it to $100 to $150 per event. Any digital editing ranges around $10 to $25, and any marketing strategies is around $25 per Zoom session. And this does not include the on-campus work study that I do. So I work with the Ursinus College Athletics Communications Office as like a content creator and help provide content for them, where they pay me $8.50 an hour. So looking at expenses and revenue, current expenses is travel, time, gear, equipment, camera maintenance, editing software, and expect to have the same expenses next year. For revenue right now is from work study and any outside clients that I get, and then anticipating doing the same along with a paid internship. So far I made around $3,700, but majority of the work I've done is for my course credit internship, where I'm working with Dr. Lynn Edwards in the Media and Communications Office, and which fits my XLP requirement, and I've been focused a lot on just getting the hours and getting the experience, making connections, but definitely looking in the next years in the future of getting more paid work, so making like a bigger profit. Right now I'm the founder and digital creator, but I do have a few mentors. So I have Matt Hagee and Justin Jones, who's in the Ursinus Athletic Communications Office, and then Lynn Edwards, like I said, she's helping me with my course credit internship. But so far it's just me, where I do everything from manage expenses, talk to clients, and along with doing like the hands-on work where I go to like the events, make the content, and then edit it, and then give it out to clients. Looking at next steps, looking to get an outside internship. I was luckily able to recently get a potential offer with an internship with this film production company in Philly, where they have already 2 Emmy Awards, and one of the clients they work with is the Philadelphia Flyers. So definitely looking to pursue that. I'm also interested in making a website where it will be like an easier way to sell my individual photos and video clips and act as another stream of income. I want to strengthen my LinkedIn, YouTube, and TikTok account, since I'm not as active on there, and to help gain a bigger support base. And then I also want to invest in new gear and equipment. Camera stuff is very expensive. Even just one piece could range like in the thousands, so definitely want to invest in that. And then I have a short clip of an example of like the videography that I do. So that's just an example of what I do. That was in a vertical format, but I can also do it in horizontal, which can work on websites, YouTube, and other platforms like that. That's how you can contact me, but any questions?
Me, yes, my turn.
Fire away.
My turn. Great job on the presentation. I like that you included the video, so I was kind of hoping you would add something in there of your own work. So question just about your audience, so your target audience. You kind of talked about this a little bit, but I'm hoping that you can get into it a little bit more. So who are you selling directly to? Like, who is purchasing your services?
So any like local, like individual athletes, so definitely like Ursinus College students, but also like local high school teams or sports teams. Also any like colleges, so like working with Ursinus College, but I could also work with a different college. And anyone who's seeking entertainment or also like a way to help market themselves. So yeah.
Okay, so so I would make that specific. So it's like collegiate sports teams, and then like individuals or something along those lines. Because I feel like you were kind of mixing them together, but I understand that the two different markets and who you're kind of going to. So from like the individual perspective, it would be, so you kind of said, and I was hoping you would say this at some point, which you did, creating a website so you could sell the individual pictures. So it's like you come out to photograph a team, you're taking pictures, that team is paying you to do all of that, but then any of the other images that you're not giving directly to the team that they don't own, depending on whatever your contract says, you can then go on your website and sell them to the individuals so they can purchase those pictures of themselves, right? So I kind of compare it to like, I run a lot of races. So in the races, they always have like photographers and, you know, they take pictures for the actual race, but then the individuals get sucked in and buy all the dumb photos of us. But you probably do a much better job of the pictures than they get of me. So I feel like kind of differentiating your audience to make sure that you kind of know who you're selling to directly and what you're offering them, and kind of keeping those audiences, you know, somewhat separate. I guess for the individuals too, are you, so if I'm an athlete and I want to be recruited to a college, you're selling to me and my parents, right? To take pictures of me during my games and things like that. Am I right?
So I'm like, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, so if I'm in college, or I'm sorry, if I'm in high school and I'm looking to get recruited to a college team, would you take pictures of me at my games for me to build my portfolio to help me like market myself? That's part of what you do, right?
Yeah, definitely. And also, I could like meet with them individually, like go to a field, take like videos of them like playing, or also taking like video clips at like any games that they had, and then like combining it and making like a recruiting video that they can send to colleges.
Okay, yeah, so then that's the other audience would be like the parents of the athletes, who, because those are the ones that would essentially be paying you, right? So they would be your audience.
Yeah.
In some sense.
Yeah.
So what I was going to say too is you talked about going on TikTok, which I think is great, because I love like highlight videos of sports to begin with, so I'm partial to that. But I thought that was a great video, and that's like a good way to market and to show your services and your skill set. So I think all of it's good, and it's a great business to have, and it's good to stick in that niche and say like it is sports, digital sports, photography, and videos. You know, that's. I would just figure out like exactly which audiences and what you're selling to each of those audiences, so you can kind of create packages and sell them rather than just the one-offs.
Yeah.
And you know, I'm glad that you said you increased your prices, because your prices are a little low. You could definitely increase them a bit. So that's all for me.
Yeah, just to build on that too, I think besides just selling pictures and videos individually, have you thought about, once you have a website, and of course expanding in TikTok maybe as well, is selling a package to them that's sort of an online, you know, they would have a link or QR code they could send to a recruiter or a school, and you would have a really nice professional presentation, just like your video, which was great, by the way.
Thank you.
And that sort of thing, but targeted towards whoever it is that you sold that package to. That could be hosted on your site, you know, in a secured location, whatever, but the people they give the code to could then immediately watch it. So.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely interested in going over, reviewing my prices, and then also coming up with packages that I can offer different clients.
So I coached and managed soccer for years until my kid got injured. But at the travel level, this is something that there was, I mean, everyone was finding different folks like you to help do that with their kids, especially when they start getting past age like 15, 16, they start trying to get these, you know, put their portfolio together so they can start marketing to schools. So, and it was always word of mouth. So I guess I'd end with, you know, I'd looked at a couple of the travel programs, like local travel programs for different sports, because that's where the kids start getting serious, right? And see if you can get them to help promote it to the parents. So a side note, if you have business cards, I could give it to probably a half dozen people easily that could distribute it, and they'd get you a ton of work. So, because they're always looking for people to do this. And there isn't like one standard that they use. By the way, your prices are cheap. Raise them. That's all I got.
Thank you.
Good job. Right, my like stupid race photo. They're
What's
like
that?
$60 for like a race photo where I'm like making like
I
the
hated
worst
those
face
when
ever.
you
I'm like,
go
I don't want
across-
that.
Go across the finish line. It's like, it's the most unattractive picture I've ever seen of
Oh
myself.
shit.
Thank you. You can just put it underneath.
I might be able to get it in here.
I think we'll push it back a little bit.
So I'd like to invite up our last group of presenters, and this is Fuse.
I'll come on this side.
We can push it back.
Okay.
Oh, that's a good one. It's like, oh, it's awesome.
There's one more that I jumped
Sorry,
on.
go
I was
ahead.
like, I got a good hair. Go on.
Hi, I'm Carly Schiller, and I'm a sophomore economics major.
I'm Donald Latanzi, and I'm a freshman economics major.
And we decided to create an app called Fuse, which will help students find their future. The reason we did this was because Don and I really struggled to find a first-time job in high school. So Fuse is a project that will make the job search process more accessible and equitable to everyone. We want to change the idea that you need a large network of friends, family, and outside connections to find a great first-time job. Why? Because we believe that first-time jobs benefit students by instilling leadership characteristics such as teamwork, responsibility, and time management. Our mission statement again is Fuse, find your future.
So with our free app Fuse, we have two main target audiences. Our main one is unemployed yet motivated high school students. So we want to get these high school students back into the labor force, because an interesting statistic is employed students dropped from 43% to 27.5% in 2022. So with our app Fuse, we want to get these students back into the labor force, and that brings me to our second target audience, which is businesses that are in need of employees. Right now, there's a lot of businesses across the nation that are looking to hire, and there's no employees that they can find to hire. So we want to use our app to fill those positions that the businesses are looking to fill.
There's two sides to our app. There's the employee side, and then there's also the employer side. For the employee side, the app will guide you to create a resume, and then with that resume, you can apply and match with jobs. There's also an organized wireframe that we'll show you soon, and this will help you stay on top of next steps and interviews. And then you can also learn more through the content feed. So we have a content feed similar to TikTok that we'll show you some examples soon. Then for the employer side, they'll be able to post their job opportunities. They'll also be able to post on the content feed videos such as Get Ready With Me, behind the scenes, satisfying videos. We'll show you an example soon. And then the employers will also be able to add funds to broaden the reach. So here's an example of 3 wireframes. The first one, we see that you're asked if you're an employee or an employer. Let's say that you're an employee. Then it'll help you create a resume. So we see that it's asking if you want part-time, internship, what you're looking for. Then you'll input your education and experience. And then the last wireframe, you see that it's an organized homepage and it keeps you updated on your interviews, and saved jobs are at the bottom so you can apply to those later.
So these wireframes right here are what you would see if you're a student or a prospective employee. So right here we have a summer internship for a Comcast corporation. If I'm a prospective employee and I am interested with this internship, I would click that green check, which then takes us to our next page, which there's a small description and it shows the pay rate of that internship. So you can click apply now. On the far right, we have our interactive content feed, which we said is similar to TikTok, so that will draw interest from the young demographic that we're focused on. Right there's a picture of a day in the life of a job at a small store within the area. So this is an example of something that could be put on our content feed that Carly and I found on TikTok. It has over 1 million likes, and this would draw interest from the young student population.
But if you do enjoy having a service industry job, I'd love to hear why. Personally, I love that I get to meet new people every day, and I get to impact their life somehow. Whether that's just putting a smile on their face, helping them celebrate something, or even brightening up a rough day for them.
So this video shows what a day in the life of the ice cream worker would be, and that would be on our content feed.
Our target age range is students 14 to 19 years old. Our biggest competition would be Indeed and LinkedIn. The problem with Indeed is that you cannot use the app until you're 18 years old, so we want to change that. For LinkedIn, you can use the app at 16, but the primary age group is 25 to 34 years old. So we differentiate with our fun, easy, and geared towards student content feed. We also have the swipe matching feature that we showed. And then our TikTok feed, the reason we're going to use this is because we see that TikTok works. Their primary age group is 10 to 19 years old. And in our chart, we could see that 32.5% of students who use TikTok are 10 to 19 years old.
So to market our app, we want to use both digital and physical marketing. So physically, we want to send posters and flyers out to high schools within the area and eventually out to the rest of the nation. We also want to have awareness talks that would start with Carly and I going out to high schools, and in the auditorium, we'd talk to the students about our mission and how to get involved with Fuse. Digitally, we want to use TikTok and Instagram because that is where a lot of the young workforce is. And we also want to use Google Ads and search engine optimization. So if somebody's looking for a job in the area with Google, an ad for Fuse will pop up on their Google page. To market towards the businesses, we want to use the local business commerce and county business associations to get local small businesses involved with the app so they can find students to hire. And we also want to send out newsletters, both physical and digital, to the businesses. So we will have two main streams of income. Our first would be ad revenue. So other companies that want to get their names out could have ads within our app, which we would generate revenue from. And we would also have 2 subscription services. I do want to note that Fuse is a free app, but we also will have subscription options. So one would be for prospective employees, where they would get application assistance, interview, and resume tips. And then for the employer side, if a business buys a subscription with us, they would have their jobs generated at the top of students' feeds, so they would have more applicants within their business. Our initial costs, like I said, would be the marketing, but also the app development itself. That's pretty expensive. But Carly's brother is a senior computer science major at Temple, so he would be able to help with that. He's really interested in app development. And then our operating costs, once that it's up and running, would be tech support. We eventually want to get IT security, just to ensure there's no data breaches within our app, and research and development so we can find out our outreach within the nation to see how we are affecting the young lives of students.
Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to us today, and we're ready for questions.
A lot of good analysis finding that niche, especially the age groups. Indeed, things were leapt right to mind. This one, and then who else have you talked with? A lot of people so far. What was the idea past that?
Yeah,
of our senior friends. Manning is also a computer science major. My brother's a computer science major. He interned at, it was like a tutoring company, and he did a lot of web development there, so he could also get started on the website and then kind of move into an app.
I mean, actually, it's a very good presentation. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you.
It's good. I have a couple. So I'm just curious, do you know why was the drop from, pre-COVID in 2022, 43 to 27% of high school kids? Like, you've done a bunch of research. What's the reason for that?
Well, pardon me?
Well, what is the reason for it? Is it because kids don't want to work, or they don't have access to the jobs? I guess I didn't.
Well, we were doing research, and we were seeing that a lot of kids don't have necessarily the means to get the jobs.
Okay.
I know both Carly and I. Carly said that she went to multiple stores within the area, and they just weren't hiring.
Okay, got it.
I mean,
you answer my question.
Okay.
The other question I had: why is it that Indeed and LinkedIn have those age restrictions? Do you know why they do that? I'm just asking because is there? I just want you to, I don't want you to fall across something like, oh, well, we're totally torpedo at this point because there's a reason why you can't have kids below the age of 16 log into something like this.
Yeah, we haven't looked into that. It's strange because I think in Pennsylvania you could start work at 14 or 15. So at least maybe we have to have them input their state, and if it's different for different states, so we put in, okay, you're able to work. You can sign up for the app in Pennsylvania at age 14, but maybe that's different for different states. So I'm thinking that's one way we might be able to go around that.
Got it. Got it. I know with Indeed, we use Indeed for a lot of what we do, and and this is a little advanced. You have to build communities on both sides, right? You have to build a community of people that want to hire and a community of people that are looking for work, right? So you got to build both of those. So I know with Indeed, we can actually pick subsets of other sites that we can post to as well. So I know Indeed's a big engine, right? A big man, but it might be something that there's a way that you could work with an Indeed-like company that they could get those jobs onto your app, right? Because there's some reason why they don't let people on 18. Maybe there's a workaround that allows them to push those jobs to you. Because I know we use it all over the country to push other sub-sites. We can check, and it's just totally separate from Indeed because they have partnerships with them. So, just something to think about.
Thank you.
I just had a question about how is this age group finding jobs now?
Yeah, I think through word of mouth mainly. I remember when I was looking for a job in high school, I drove through different stores, Joann's, Skechers, and they all said they weren't hiring. And then my mom had casually mentioned in front of my aunt that I was looking for a job, and she was able to get me a job at her daycare. And I think, if you want to tell.
Yeah, I mean, I went to a local pizza shop, and they weren't hiring. It wasn't until I talked to my uncle, he eventually was able to find a job for me at his own company. But I'd say definitely the way that people our age are finding jobs is informally, through just conversation.
Yeah, I definitely see the point of having an alternative site that is not like LinkedIn. LinkedIn's very professionally driven, not so much service. And Indeed, like you said, there's a different, age group for that. So the other question that I had, because thinking about it from like a perspective of a kid joining an app, which I love that you're kind of going like toward the TikTok design and everything, because obviously people like that. So just don't be owned by a Chinese company. But when it comes to the job listings, will you have a process for vetting the job listings to make sure that they're like legit jobs?
Yeah, so I mean, most of the research would have to be done. That's with our research and development once we progress a little bit farther. But we would definitely have to do research into those jobs to make sure that they are legit.
Okay, yeah, because I would be, careful. You don't want to run into issues where it's like someone posting a job and it's not a real job. It's, something else, something you weren't expecting.
Definitely, yes.
That was it. Those were the only questions. Yeah, well, and just a comment. I like that you said about the tiers for the membership, right? Because you want it to be free so people have access, because if they're looking for a job, they probably don't have a lot of disposable income. But if they do want to upgrade it, then they would have the opportunity to upgrade and pay and get the additional services, like you said, resume and things like that. So I think it's good that you're thinking about, the people that would be using the app ages 14 to 19, but then once they're out of the app, they maybe at that point they have a great resume that they can bring with them, or they're transitioning onto LinkedIn or something like that. So good thought there.
Thank you.
Good job.
Nice work.
Thank you.
Okay, so that concludes all of the student presentations. So if you wouldn't mind joining me in a big round of applause for everyone that presented. It takes a lot of time and effort, as I don't know if everybody knows, but this is a co-curricular activity for most students. So they've been putting in their own time and their own research, time in the center to develop their presentations, to come here on a Sunday and share their ideas, their entrepreneurial thought, the actions that they've taken so far, and seeking encouragement to continue on. So no matter what the outcome is, I applaud everybody here in the room for giving up that time, thinking creatively, and putting your ideas together on how you could move something forward. So with that said, I'd like to invite you all to a nice reception out in the IDC lobby. We'll gather and network and talk and eat while our judges are deliberating. We'll come back in. Let's plan on, we have 1:30 on there. Let's plan on reconvening about 1:15. I'll check in with the judges. If that seems good, we'll come back in. We have an entrepreneur that's going to give a keynote, and then we'll present our awards. So please join us out in the lobby to have some nice food while the judges are deliberating. Thank you all for presenting. Appreciate it. to introduce our keynote speaker, and after our keynote speaker, then we'll go right into awards. So please welcome Lee Griffin. Lee is a 98 graduate of Ursinus College, and he's going to tell us a little bit about his entrepreneurial experiences. And yeah, so I'll turn it over to Lee.
Thank you, Noreen. All right, so thank you all for the honor of speaking here today and sharing my story. When my son Tyler, who's part of the UImagine program, mentioned that the UImagine program might reach out to me to speak at this event, I thought, okay, well, I'll talk for 5 minutes or so about our business and some of our successes and challenges and such. Then, about a week ago, I get Manning's email saying that the keynote speaker, so I sat there and I wondered, I said, what do I have to speak about? What do they want to hear from me? I really struggle to understand when there are probably so many other larger corporate owners or people who can give much more inspiring or meaningful speech than I. And after talking to my son and Manning, they said they wanted to hear the story of maybe a non-traditional, or maybe it is a traditional entrepreneur. Maybe it is. I don't have a business background or economics background, and maybe this is how some people who aren't necessarily in business or economics might be able to become an entrepreneur. So then I began reflecting upon, upon my life's journey and the various things I've done to get here. Similar to life, entrepreneurship is a journey filled with experiences, and successful entrepreneurs learn from every experience, whether it's a success or failure, most of which might be failures, because you're always going to learn most from failures. Taking those lessons and storing them away until they might be needed someday to overcome another similar challenge placed in your path at some point. You have to take advantage of every opportunity and learn from it. Here's my journey and how it has led me to be an entrepreneur. So I want to give you a little bit of an overview about my experiences throughout my journey that have provided me with the skills to be a successful problem solver in the community. Not just an entrepreneur, but somebody in the community that can solve some problems, or people look to solve problems. I attended a small high school in New Jersey. I participated in soccer, wrestling, baseball. And also scouting was a huge part of my life. I obtained the rank of Eagle Scout and became the senior patrol leader of the troop. If you don't know what that is, it's the youth that's in charge of the scouting program. It's the single youth that's in charge of the scouting program. I think this is what gave me the strong foundation, leadership, and commitment to serving others, a theme you'll see throughout my discussion today. I went on to Ursinus College, obtained a degree in exercise and sports science in 1998. I continued playing soccer here at Ursinus, and I met my wife, Amy. We are one of the statistics, and many of our friends are. I was a member of Sigma Rho Lambda, where I met many of my very close friends that are still very close to us today, to the point where our children call them aunts and uncles. We travel with them. We've been to the Grand Canyon. We've been all over the Southwest. We go to Florida every year with them. My time at Ursinus, I spent my time at Ursinus, which allowed me to grow as a person. Coming from a small town, I was able to experience new and different things. And I became to understand how to connect with people and develop meaningful relationships, as I hope many of you are doing as well. My senior year here at Ursinus, I had an internship at the Jewish Community Center in Cherry Hill as an outdoor pool manager and a kinder camp program. I managed the kinder camp program and the outdoor pools. I managed about 30 lifeguards and other staff. This gave me kind of my first step towards being able to manage people and understand, when somebody doesn't show up on time, who does that fall on? The person in charge. And as an entrepreneur, that's something that will definitely pop up. After graduation, I became an aquatic and sports and leagues director at that community center for about 4 years, where I continued to manage the staff and develop programs that engage members and taught children swimming and other sport-related activities. But throughout my time at the JCC, I realized I enjoyed teaching, the teaching aspect of my job the most. So I applied to Rowan University, actually the week before our wedding. My girlfriend, now my wife at the time of our wedding. I was accepted and went back to full-time school for a master's degree in teaching special education. Amy was our only source of income for about a year. We just figured it out. A theme in our life that you'll see emerge shortly. I became a teacher now in my 20th year. I was a teacher of students with emotional disturbances and behavior disorder for about 5 years. Very challenging to deal with individuals exhibiting behaviors that you just don't quite understand because of whatever's going on in their life. You don't understand why they're throwing desks across the room, or why they're had an individual throw a 45-pound weight at another individual one time. So you just don't understand what goes through these people's minds, but you understand that there's a reason for that behavior, right? So I currently teach physics to students with special needs. I know that sounds a little crazy, but I teach multiple levels of physical science. And I also teach a course called Future Teachers, which is in conjunction with Stockton University. It's a program for seniors who want to potentially go into education. I was also assistant coach of the high school girls soccer team for about 10 years, and we went to 2 state championships. A robotics club advisor for 11, which allowed me to plan building robots to compete across the country in the first robotics competition. And there I also continued my education and obtained a school supervisor and principal certification, and a member of our negotiations team. So I talk about these things because these are all things, these lessons, these activities, these things that I was involved with, all will help me later in life. I didn't know it at the time, but I call on some of those skills that I learned back then now as I move into my entrepreneurial life. My wife and I have 3 children. When they got to the age where they began to play sports, I stopped coaching at the high school and started coaching in town. I was able to use my prior soccer experience and my teaching experience to help become a leader within the club. The Haddon Heights Soccer Club board soon asked me to join as a trustee, as all boards do. When they see somebody who wants to volunteer and they want to do stuff, they grab them, they pull them in. When they see a leader in the community, they grab them and pull them in. They see somebody who's willing to be out there volunteering their time on most days during the week and Saturday and Sunday, they pull them in. I became the registrar managing the database of players. I also took on the task of revising the club's aging website. And later on, they elected me president of the soccer board. I don't know what that, I don't know what I was thinking, but you know what? It allowed me to gain more skills. In 2013, we bought our first business, Margaritas to You. We rent frozen drink machines for large and small events. So when your son or daughter is graduating from high school, college, or when you're graduating from high school, college, and you're within our delivery range, you can give us a call. So while our children were growing up, we also joined Haddon Glen Swim Club, seeking a place to cool off in the summer as well as a fun socialization. After talking with members and seeing a need for volunteers, I became the personnel director of the Haddon Glen Swim Club, responsible for onboarding and managing all the personnel. So this then ultimately led to the opportunity as the owner and the operator of the Seahorse Reef, as we call it. So you can see that, I was continually building skills and building skills. I enjoyed, being a part of that community. I enjoyed learning from the many varied disciplines of people who you're working with. And throughout our journey together, our life together, my wife and I, as I said before, have a saying that constantly rears its head. We'll figure it out. And in lunch, talking with Maureen, I think that theme also came up in our conversations about similar entrepreneurial endeavors. We'll figure it out. When we bought Margaritas to You, we had a lot of things running through our head. Never having run a business before, having young kids, who's going to watch them? Making the deliveries. Like we drop the machines off at people's homes and I have to go back and pick them up. Who's going to do those deliveries? What about timing? How do we manage multiple deliveries at one time? How will we be taking orders? I'm at work teaching all day. Who's going to man the phone? My wife also works as well. Then how do we develop a website if we want to take orders that way? Well, fortunately, when I was with the soccer club, I dove into trying to figure out how to fix their website. And so I had a little bit of knowledge. How are we going to fix the broken machines? Well, fortunately, I was involved with robotics, and I gained a little bit of an understanding of how to use power tools, particularly electrical connections, because that seems to be the biggest problem that we run into with that. How about cleaning the machines? Where are we going to clean them? We don't have a store or anything. How do we host? And one of the bigger things, believe it or not, is we had a big landscape trailer. How do we back it up? How do we put it in our backyard? I don't know how to do that. And in our backyard, we didn't have a large enough driveway, so we had to take our fence and we created a gate for our backyard to be able to park our landscape trailer when it's not being used in that area. And the biggest thing is, what if we fail? It's a big investment. To us, it was a big investment. So my wife and I would wake up every morning saying, oh, we're not going to do it. Then the next morning, let's do it. The next morning, I don't know. Back and forth, back and forth. It's driving her crazy, I know. So finally, we figured we'll just figure it out. And so then we bought the business. We bought the business, but most of all, called upon skills I obtained through prior experiences to help navigate these challenges. Obviously, as I said before, I had some website knowledge from the soccer club, and I also said about the robotics knowledge. And all of those prior experiences helped bring me to the point where I was comfortable trying to figure it out. So we continued to grow our business, and slowly we figured it out. One of the biggest examples that we talk about to this day around the dinner table is an opportunity when Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull called us, and they asked they were providing slushies for the Firefly Music Festival. You guys, you young people are familiar with Firefly. At least I don't think this year it's happening, if I remember correctly, right? So it's about 100,000 young kids running around in this camp-like festival, and they wanted 20 margarita machines. Well, and they're specific margarita machines. At the time, we only had 14. So after talking with the Red Bull rep back and forth with a couple different things, I was more concerned about the electrical requirements and so forth and so on. But of course, we took the job. And my wife's like, how are we going to do this? And I said, we'll figure it out. And I called a friendly competitor near the shore, and I asked him if he'd be interested in partnering with me and giving us 6 machines. Working out a deal where he would provide 6 machines. So we did. We not only formed a partnership, we formed a friendship. This led to many additional opportunities with Red Bull because we leaped and we figured it out. To this day, we take machines to festivals in New York City, Ohio, Delaware, all over PA. They have pop-up festivals in the city. Uptown Beer Garden, you guys familiar with Uptown Beer Garden in the city? We have a machine, well, they closed for the season. We have a machine there, that's Red Bull. So, and a couple other bars in the city as well. And then a few years later, that friendly competitor, he decided he was buying another business, and he offered us the opportunity to buy his machines. And of course, at the time, we were like, well, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. So we did end up buying them. And taking this leap and figuring it out led to 2 great opportunities. One, a tremendous relationship with Red Bull, which gave us wings. And then and the ability to purchase the company called Tropical Freezes machines to expand our territory. And then, of course, along came COVID. So as most businesses will kind of, comment to, many, not most, many, some businesses thrived, right? Look at Zoom. But during COVID, no parties, no rentals, no income. So we had to figure it out. So we got a few calls from the bars in Philly who were able to sell takeout beverages while they were selling food. And so we pivoted a little bit, and we began advertising to some of those bars in the city, and we got some long-term leasing opportunities. And we started leasing machines monthly to bars and restaurants in the city. And this pivot even has continued to today and has become a great new revenue stream for us. In fact, Walnut Street Theater, does anybody know what's at Walnut Street Theater right now? Margaritaville. So we have a couple machines there for that. So they're renting from us for that event. So along came another opportunity that provided us an alternative revenue stream, and the story of how it came about is interesting, I guess. is the Seahorse Reef Cafe. As I indicated in my introduction, I was asked to join the Haddon Glen Swim Club. It was around 2014, the board of the Haddon Glen Swim Club. After working on the swim club board for about a year, at the end of the season, some board members, including myself, toured the current snack bar, cafe, and realized it was not being managed appropriately. And throughout the year, we noticed that food was not good, was not clean. They were running out of stuff. And so we decided to launch a search for someone to provide better quality food for the swim club. When the search was exhausted with no one interested, Amy and I decided to take the challenge to revamp it and figure it out. So we decided to launch the Seahorse Reef Cafe. Now, neither one of us have ever, I've never even worked in a restaurant. Amy knows how to boil water. So we didn't know anything about food prep. We didn't know where to buy the food. We didn't know how to price the products. We didn't know anything about the menu, credit card stuff. We didn't know anything. So we figured it out. And what we did was we reached out to our network of friends that we knew had certain businesses, and we asked them for help. And guess what? They were willing to help us. And that's the biggest thing I think you should take here is your network of friends. Reach out, ask for help, but also when you become that expert, be willing to help. Be willing to help out those individuals that are just starting out. So it gave us an opportunity to really kind of grow a new revenue stream. And Kim, who is our current manager, without her we would not be able to offer this Seahorse Reef Cafe. She worked in the summer at our local school as a cafeteria employee, so she was looking for summer work. She loved it. She bought in. She loved being there. So entrepreneurship isn't only about developing businesses. It's also about using your skills to help your community. I truly believe that. I mentioned, as I mentioned, I gave up coaching at the high school level, began coaching my own children. As I got more involved in the soccer club, I quickly realized the demand for youth engagement in soccer. Using my prior experience with soccer and at the JCC managing and developing top programs for kids, myself and 2 other dads decided to start a tot soccer program for 3- and 4-year-olds. We expected about 30 to 40 kids. We live in a small town. In the first year, that's what we expected. So we had 3 adults. We figured each one of us would take about 10 kids, maybe 12, and we'll do a good job. 96 players registered that first year. And so we originally didn't plan for this many, so we had to, of course, figure it out. And we partnered with the local high school to assist in facilitating the coaching, and everything worked out, and that program is thriving today. And fortunately or unfortunately, I don't have to be out there every Saturday morning. We have other people that are taking care of that now. So I was soon asked to join the soccer board of directors and became the registrar, as I said before. A year or so later, I was elected president. And after taking on that responsibility as president, I was soon told by the borough engineer that our field lighting poles were rotten. They were wooden poles, not the fancy ones that most of the places have here. They were wooden poles with the lights at the top. So they went up to change a light bulb, and the electrician looked down, and it was all hollow down the center of the pole. So I was quickly informed that we had to remove the poles and the lights so that they weren't a hazard in high winds. This left us no lights to run practice that typically would run from 6 to 9 p.m., especially after October when we change our times. What are we going to do? Figured it out. We quickly developed a plan. Short-term solution was renting construction lights. This required a larger than expected cash outlay for rentals, as well as even more fuel, more money for fuel. Plus, they were loud and stinky. So I was able to draw upon my skills previously obtained from the time I spent on my negotiations team at school, and began meeting with the borough to discuss financing options, and ultimately, after many, many, many exhausting meetings, we negotiated a partnership to begin a $300,000 light project for the field. All right, one last story. Our son, Tyler, became very involved in scouting. I decided to come to some of the scout meetings to see what they were doing. People started to realize my background in scouting, and I was soon elected to the position of committee chair, which oversees the activity of the troop. The committee chair also recruits and supports the scoutmaster, who's responsible for implementing the program. I don't know how many people are involved with scouting or have been, but it's time-consuming, but it's a great, great program. Soon it was announced that Boy Scouts of America were transitioning their program to allow girls to participate in scouting. I saw this as an opportunity to expand the troop and give local girls the opportunity to be part of this great leadership development program and outdoor skills program. After recruiting about 14 girls to join, my wife and I started the first female troop in Camden County, New Jersey. I became the committee chair, and Amy was voluntold to be the scoutmaster because we needed somebody over the age of 21, and Amy fit the bill. So we just figured it out. Now we have 3 female Eagle Scouts in our troop and 3 very close to Eagle. And one's sitting right over there. She's got to get working. So this brings me close to the end of my discussion today, but there's still a few things. I had a ton of notes, and I needed to, there's a few things I wanted to say. 1, always be honest. Integrity or lack of will always follow you, always. Give back to your community. Remember, we all live on this great big round ball together, so give back when you can. A pet peeve of mine, complaining about a problem without a proposed solution is called whining. As president and committee chair of the organizations I was involved with, I had a standing rule. With every complaint, you must provide at least 2 solutions. They may not be the ultimate result that we go with, but it's a conversation to have among the board. Always work hard, people notice. And one thing I always tell my students when I teach, there are 2 things in life you really need to be successful: grit and emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is being able to talk to people, understand people, read people, all that type of stuff. But grit is never giving up, seeing obstacles in your way, interacting with those potential barriers, and then developing strategies to overcome these obstacles. And it's important, it's imperative in life. In anything you do, even if you don't become an entrepreneur, anything you do, grit is so important. All right, I've used the word journey many times today because entrepreneurship is a journey. Constantly learning, constantly adapting, always trying to figure it out. An entrepreneur is able to identify a problem or need and develop pathways to figure out that solution. Often the first solution is not the final solution, but it's still an opportunity to learn and grow. Take this with you. Remember, if you don't have big dreams and goals, you'll end up working for someone that does. That's all I have. Thank you. Hopefully it wasn't too long.
No, it was very inspiring, so thank you. And it brings us full circle to the slides that I showed earlier today, of students that have participated in Bear Innovation before. So you may not go out and start a business, we know that. Okay, but 5 years from now, 6 years from now, 10 years from now, when you're a teacher, when you're a financial planner, when you're whatever, you may find yourself in a position where you found a problem that you're uniquely able to solve, and you're going to go out and start something. Or you're going to start something on the side. So if we have given you that inspiration and those skills to start that now, then we have done our job. So with that, I will turn it over to the judges to present the awards. But I will congratulate you all in advance for stepping up to the plate, to show your grit, to show your ideas, to be vulnerable, and to demonstrate your entrepreneurial spirit. So with that, I'll turn it over to the judges.
I'll just give this to one of you, whoever wants to stand in the middle.
Jen, you got the best voice.
I get to go in the middle
Yeah.
and hold that?
No, I'll
Do I hold it?
You know, you
have
pick
to
up the
hold
checks.
it? Okay, now that we've sorted ourselves out over here. All right, so we're gonna start with the first prize, not the first prize, but the first prize that we're giving out is going to be for best oral presentation, okay? So our best, drum roll, anyone? Drum roll?
There you go.
Best oral presentation is to Fuse.
Congratulations to both of you. Did an excellent job.
Thank you.
There you go. Want to hold your check? Are we getting a photo or something?
Yeah, can you do it in front of the black backdrop?
Yeah.
Oh.
Should we put them there and us
Yeah,
get out of the way?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
We'll take some more after, so.
Great
Good
job.
job.
Thank you. Oh,
alternate?
don't peek. Did you peek? You saw it. Don't tell anyone. All right. Yeah, do you want to give that one?
Go ahead, Chris.
Is that-
Yeah, sure. So the next one is the Ready, Set, Go award, which is for Alco.
Went to the bathroom.
He missed his moment.
All right, here, I'm gonna go take in the bathroom.
We can do it again. Here, hide it. Hide it. We'll just be like. You win.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Congrats.
Congratulations.
No, get a picture.
You gotta stand right in front of the backdrop.
Photo op.
Over there.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
There you go. Oh, you just say zero.
We
All right.
stepped out at an
Inopportune time. Yes.
We
But that's
apologize.
okay.
Okay, so what third prize?
Yep.
Goes to LB Studios. Congratulations. Here you go.
Bless you.
Yeah, you can just.
Good.
Good job.
All right, good.
We have the second prize one.
Hmm?
All right, and our second prize goes to Ursinus College Makerspace. Great job, Jake. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You get to hold your giant check and then give it back to us after your photograph. There you go.
They are not cashable.
All right, congratulations.
All right.
All right, thank you. Don't worry, more photo ops to come.
All right.
Now we need the big drum roll.
Big drum roll. And first prize goes to Century. Good job, my man.
Congratulations. Did a great job.
Congratulations. There you go.
Slide over, you're not on.
Thank you. Cool.
So on behalf of the judges, we would like to thank you all for participating. You all did a great job. It was very hard for us to judge, and that's why it took us a little longer. But we appreciate all your ideas. And I would also say make sure that you reach out to any of us if you need anything. We heard your ideas. We think they're great, and we want you all to be successful. So congrats again on your presentations, and we thank you all for inviting us to be here and to get to experience this. So great job.
Yeah.
Do you want to just
Can
leave
we
them
get all of our participants up for one picture? Before everybody heads out?